No. All right, let me stop playing, man. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. We gon' we gonna have some very interesting conversations today. YouTube, what's going on? Well, I'm getting notifications out behind right now. Hold on, I'll be right back. I thought I had to grab my phone charger. I had to grab the phone charger, bro. Let's see. Hold on. My bad. Can't afford for the phone to die. Can't afford for it. Listen. 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 All right. YouTube, man, what's going on? Y'all seen the show called, what's it called? I don't know. People getting knocked upside the head because they was cheating. What is it? What is it called? Caught? Not caught, but God dang, it's a whole TV show about people that get caught in their lust, and they people. Right, guy. Listen, this is not respectability politics. You can do whatever you want with your own body. At the end of the day, that is your choice. I'm not about to speak to you on you do whatever you want, but I'm just explaining the dangers of why it is. We women know and men know that statistically, y'all tap the screen for me. We're gonna see if we can see what happens today. But let's have a real conversation. Statistically, men don't get tested like they're supposed to. And I'm not even saying that casual smex is worse for women. I'm not going to do that. I think it's worse for everybody. But and again, you can do whatever you want with your own body. But men not getting tested like they supposed to. And we see how black manosphere men be using. Black women are the most dirty. They got the highest STDs. We see how they say that. So that does make it dangerous for women because the guys are not getting tested like they supposed to. Secondly, the risk. People have to start asking themselves, is the risk worth the reward? If we want to have a real conversation, is the risk worth the reward? Is you catching an STD worth a splash or a release? Because for the life of me, I don't understand how people are not getting tested regularly. And then is it worth it having a baby? You know, getting pregnant by a man who doesn't want to have a child is a dumb decision. Don't have the child. And if we don't have to talk about abortions. I just believe there's enough protections in place for women not to get pregnant. And for a dude, all he has to do is wrap up a Jimmy. All he has to do is put a Jimmy on. But even with that, protection can't save you from everything. Protection can't stop herpes. I don't know why people be thinking that you could skin to skin, and then pubic hairs get touching skin right there around the pelvic region. If they burning, you catch it. I don't understand why people taking these risks. So we have a child outside of wedlock. We have a disease that's incontrollable. And then not only that, death. And when I mean by death, I mean like you can get yeeted off the face of the planet. You can get yeeted off the face of the planet because there are people that will take your life by you having intercourse with somebody else. There are people that will crash out about you having intercourse with somebody else. They will go haywire and yeet you off the face of the planet. That's what they will do. We got all kind of shows about this. We see it in real life. We see examples of this happening, right? They will yeet you off the planet. because you had intercourse with somebody else, and then flip side, if it happens to you, you might crash out, especially if you're in a relationship. Murder is another reason why you probably don't want to engage in this. So we have diseases. We don't have to talk about soul ties. That's under my belief. I do believe in that. Because I think that's the highest experience of intimacy that you could ever have with somebody. But everybody don't have that belief. But we could talk about it. Second one, red pill. Men who are identifying with red pill, for the life of me, brother, grow up. Every woman ain't bad. Every woman ain't out to get you. You had some heartbreak. I know where this come from. This come from rejected men who feel like they voices have been unheard, and that's what happens. And now you mad at women because you got. But to be honest, grow up. There's women that move on from cheating men all the time, that get done dirty, get dogged out, everything, and they move on. But yet somehow you can't move on for something that happened in high school. You can't move on for something that happened in middle school, bro. Move on. You move on. Go choose better. I don't hold over here, bro. I promise. I'm less lenient with men because I need you to grow a sack. And I don't know if that's misogynistic, patriarchal. I don't. And to be honest, in this conversation, I don't care because I need you to grow up. Because y'all leading these young men astray, and you got these young men growing up to hate women because you had a bad experience with women. That's your fault. You should choose better women. And then some of y'all dudes be putting on the front like you's a good man, Savannah. I don't think you're a good man. Because if you was, there is no way that you could identify with butthurt dudes over there. There's no way that you could identify. Y'all tap the screen for me. I appreciate it. There's no way you can identify with a whole bunch of bitter, lost souls that can't move on from a heartbreak. And the last one, toxic women are not a threat. I promise. Whatever your version of toxic is when it comes to a woman is not a threat. You don't have to be got by a woman. But some of y'all be choosing women that are indeed not probably a good match for you because she may have the body or the physique that you want. But you knew she was good. The same way y'all be talking about women ignore red flags, men be ignoring red flags too. You knew she had OnlyFans. Now you mad about her going back to OnlyFans. You knew some of these men be knowing women have diseases and still will put their D in them. But we're not even gonna talk about that. That is wild. And some women know that a man have a disease and will still let them hit because they got money. NBA YoungBoy literally admitted in the song saying herpes in his blood. Usher. But hey, I guess wealth beats health. But if that's, I can't speak against, I'm just saying. Avoid toxic women. Y'all be really out here saying a majority of women is out here to get you for your $50,000 a year. Are you serious? Fam, that's not no money. If we being honest, that's not no money. Women making 50,000, well, 45,000. It's because it's only in the wage gap. In the wage gap, right? It's only a $5,000 difference between the black women and the black men. So what exactly are you getting? Body to body, skin to skin, STD coming in. I don't know. It's not worth it. It's not worth it for men. It's not worth it for them. Women, I don't think it's worth it for them. But again, that is on you. that is on you. I would think that the best way you should do things, just my opinion, go get tested first. and then engage. If you want to engage outside of this without without being in a relationship, because I know humans gonna human. But ask yourself, do you want to live with perhaps an incurable disease that the person didn't even tell you about? Because I'm telling you, it's dudes out here. Y'all didn't see that clip of that black man saying he know that he outside burning. He said he got 3 STDs and he's still outside with it. On camera, I don't even, if you're trolling, fine. I would believe you. Let you troll, let you troll about some stuff like that. I swear, I promise you, I'm gonna believe you every time, bro. I'm believing you every time. When you say you got something, I promise you, I'm believe you every time. And then for the men who cheat on a woman or the woman who cheat on a man, you take the risk of bringing that to your partner. Can you consent to HIV? Did you consent to HIV, herpes, gonorrhea, chlamydia? Even though some of those are curable, right? Did you consent to herpes? Did you consent to genital warts? Did you? No, you probably didn't. And y'all know for a fact that if a lot of these men and women would tell you that they got some right away, you wouldn't smack. But some of us not even asking. So ask yourself, is the risk worth the reward? Is it worth not going to the doctor first and becoming educated on some of these diseases before you lay down with a person who has not shown you a slip? And let me tell you something. A lot of these guys, a lot of them, right, are not. Well, let me say it like this. A lot of people get mad when you ask them if they have been when the last time they got tested, or when you ask them are they clean. Now, not to be mean with the clean word, right? But I'm just saying how you would ask, right? Hey, do you have anything? Niggas gonna lie anyway. But some of them get mad. What you mean? Do you have anything? If a woman or man gets mad that you ask them, are they, when the last time they've been checked, or do they have anything currently? When was their last result? When was their last engagement with another person in that way? And they get mad, leave that person right then and there. Listen, leave that person right then and there. It is not worth it anymore. Because if they get offended by you wanting to be safe with your body, that you're finna take this sexual, I don't know if I can say that word on here, but you're finna take this experience, right, in this bed with, and they get mad that you ask them a question about their health status, that is a problem. And you should probably leave that person alone, because that person is wicked. How you mad about somebody trying to stay safe out here in these streets? Trying to stay safe from genital warts. Trying to stay safe from HIV. Trying to stay safe with their body. You think people with HIV want to live with HIV, fam? They don't have Magic Johnson money. You think that's cool? They don't want that disease. You think a person with genital warts wants to have genital warts? You think a person with any life-changing disease wants to have that? No, they don't. Now you can live and it's treatable, but it ain't curable. Some things are not curable, and it's not. And this is my personal opinion. If you don't want the personal opinion, that's fine. You can leave on YouTube. That's fine. I'm just saying it's probably not worth the risk. You don't want that, and you yourself see. That's why y'all agree with me on YouTube, because y'all don't want that. Do not. I ain't gonna say do not. Probably your best bet is to go get tested, because it's a lot of men out here that are not going to do that. They not going to do that. So, with that being said, probably want to go to the clinic. On me. If there's a man that gets mad at what I just said about red pill leads to hating women, I don't feel sorry for you. And if you really think that majority of the women out here are out to get you and that they're a threat, something wrong with you. All right. Give me a second. My bad. Let me set this up real quick. YouTube, I'm gonna give you a StreamYard link, so you can feel free to click that link if you want to be part of the conversation. We'll start with y'all. So if you would like to come up, you can. There's a link right. Oh, well, let me go ahead and. What's going on?
What you talking about? StreamYard link? I'm right here.
StreamYard on the YouTube, for the YouTube side. If somebody wants to come.
I was gonna say, Shannon, I hear what you're saying, but some of the language that you're using is borderline STD stigma. So I'm just gonna say, be careful with your language. And I think you could have framed this a little differently, because it's not the casual sex that can be dangerous. It is unprotected casual sex that can be dangerous. Obviously, the protection doesn't protect you from everything, but we know that protection is up to 90 to 99% effective in preventing STDs. And the only reason I came up here also is because my mother had HIV for 30 years. She's not Magic Johnson. As a matter of fact, she lived on benefits because she was on SSI. So having this idea that people who have STDs are gonna die, that's just false, right? People who have herpes don't die. People who have HIV don't die. They live very.
Did I say that? I said that?
No, but I'm just saying though, the way that you framed it. I'm not saying that you said that. I'm saying the way that you framed it, right? Like this is not a death sentence. HIV and herpes are not death sentences. When you have herpes, just FYI, you are only contagious during an outbreak. Do I think that people need to communicate with their partners if they have one of these communicable diseases and they are getting treated for it? Yes. And then people can make informed decisions on whether or not they have the capacity to deal with that individual. But I think in general, for me, I think we should stray away from some of the social stigma about STDs. Like anything that you do in life puts you at risk to getting a disease, quite literally anything, to any capacity, right? Even drinking water to a certain degree. You could literally drink water and drink so much water that you die. You can drink enough electrolytes that you die, that you poison yourself. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that we could just use better language when we're talking about this particular subject, because it's kind of leaning, I'm not saying it is, but it is kind of leaning into STD stigma, and we want to avoid that type of language.
STD stigma. I'll be better with the language. I'll try to actually become more educated on that. What, brother? You said something in the comments. Go ahead. Random.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. So I was responding to one of the people that was there. So the people who talking about my charts, yes, I'm not disagreeing that people should be health conscious, but people that are kind of like making it where if you don't something wrong with, like, that's weird, because a lot of people are sexually active or don't have any health problems to even have that. It's an option. It's not something standard. So you can still bring up records without having a chart. But people have this thing about what's trending, and that's a trending word to use when describing conversations like this. And in reality, you don't have to have a my chart to have approve or provide any records to your partner or anybody that's requesting it. So for people that's like, the people in the comments, oh, that's weird, or I blocked him soon as he didn't know what I'm like. Every state doesn't even have, don't use my chart. It may be called something different. So that's just showing a lot of ignorance in a lot of people when they say certain things like, oh, I blocked him because he didn't know what a my chart was. Maybe in his state it's not called my chart.
I'm talking about the state that I live in, which is the state of Texas. We have my chart.
Mm-hmm. They do.
My chart isn't a trend. It keeps all your test results. So yes, if I'm going to be sexually active with somebody, I'm going to ask, can I see your my chart? Just like if you wanted to ask me for mine, I have no problem showing that. Point blank, period. And if he tells me he doesn't know what that is, guess what? You're getting blocked because everybody should know what that is. You're not gonna put me at risk, bitch. I'm not gonna do that. No.
Or every time. Listen, this is what I say. I'm not trying to do a stigma, but it might come across as wrong. So Melanie, feel free to jump in. I say if he could spend $300 on a date, or whatever these dudes are spending nowadays. I don't know. Because y'all say that the dating market's trash. I'm married. I don't know. I don't know what y'all doing. Now, if he can spend money on a date, then he can take himself to the clinic. One of the dates can be the clinic, and y'all can see.
Huh? Hey, I've actually done that before. I've actually asked the man, like, hey, do you want to go get tested before we have sexual intercourse? He said yes. So we both did that as our date, our first date, just to get to know each other. Yeah. Inside and out, meaning inside and out. I think that, like, getting tested and speaking to people about getting tested is something that most mature adults who are engaging in casual sex do. I'm 39. I'm about to be 40. I've been single for 9 years. And every single partner that I've had in the 9 years, I've brought up that conversation with. And it's never been, oh my God, why would you ask me? It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to give you my results. You give me yours. And literally like an email or a text message. Like, cool. And even not just, just my chart in general. There's free clinics out there that do it for free.
Mm-hmm. So I got a question, because I'm not against anything y'all saying, but I want to know, when y'all go and see these people records, are you doing this frequently? Because to me, it sounds like people only got to show you records one time and you're going to trust them from there on.
No, every time I get tested, I ask them to get tested. I get tested pretty often. If it's just, and it really is also dependent on what we have decided. If we have decided to be monogamous, then I probably won't get tested as often. But if we are not monogamous, I get tested almost every 3 to 6 months, depending on how frequently I'm having sex, because sometimes I am celibate also. That happens, right? And then if I'm having multiple partners and they have multiple partners, I expect them to get tested whenever I get tested. And I'll let them know, hey, I'm about to go get tested. I think it's a good idea that you also get tested. Pretty much.
That's fair.
Same with me. Like, if I'm just casually having sex, then yes, I'm going to ask somebody to come with me to go get tested because I want to know your status. Everybody should know their partner status, whether it just be casual sex, a one-night stand, or monogamous. Even if you're in a monogamous relationship, you should still get tested every 3 to 6 months. Yeah. Especially that, I mean, Shannon touched on this, but a lot of married Black women get STDs from their husbands. Because their husbands are sleeping with people behind their back, and then they just trust that their husband is not going to bring them a disease, and that's how they get the disease. They get the disease from their significant other. So you're right. Your fate, like you should be getting tested regularly. Doesn't matter if you're married or you're not. And I understand like that trust factor in being in a monogamous relationship or being married or whatever the case may be. But you don't ever know. And that's why for me personally, even if I get into a monogamous relationship or a marriage, I'm probably gonna still use protection more often than not. And it's nothing against you. Like whatever that protection looks like, we'll decide what we like best. But I will probably likely still use protection in a relationship. Now, in the past, was I that smart? No. Like it took me a while to get to this level of maturity in terms of my sexual health. As everyone has their journey and how they want to deal with their sexual health. But yeah, I don't necessarily agree with your first statement, Shannon. But if you were to reframe it, that if you have irresponsible casual sex can be dangerous, then I will agree. Because I've been having casual sex for 9 years. I know obviously that's anecdotal, and I'm straight, but I'm also straight because I get tested regularly. I use protection almost every single time. The few times that I've not used protections were people who I was monogamous with, and even when that happened, like I was getting tested very often to make sure that we are not passing anything and nothing. I'm fully aware of my sexual health.
So you said, yeah, I can't fix it obviously right now, but we can go with that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you said earlier, like, oh, casual sex can also open you up to violence.
I read your comment. I don't think that was victim blaming.
It's low key. It's low key, right? Because you having casual sex wasn't what caused you to receive that violence. What caused you to receive that violence is that the person was violent, right? So, like, if that's the variable right there.
No, that's not the
limiting variable. The limiting variable is the person. It's not the casual sex, because that's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm like, it is victim blaming, because the victim, the person who was having the casual sex, did not put them in a position to receive the violence. The person who committed the violence is the one who entered violence into that equation. So that's why I was like, it's low key. It's not exactly, but low key. Yeah. If someone gets unalived because someone else was jealous that they slept with somebody else, that's not their it's not their fault because they cheated, or not their fault because they were having casual sex. It is the fault of the person that unalived them. Point blank, period. Why? Because the person who unalived them could have just left them and not unalive them. The person could have unalived them, could broke up with them, get tested, do whatever it is they need to do responsibly to, distance themselves from that person who was unloyal and also like failed and whatever it was that they agreed upon, and then keep it pushing. But them unaliving them is specifically, the onus is 100,000% on the person who unalived them.
I think
that's why I was said that.
I understand, but I think there's nuance, because I was referring to also is that when if this person is sleeping around with multiple partners and one of their partners found out, it's not even the person, like the man or the woman, it's the person who else they sleeping with come unalive you, which still leads to death, because there's people that's unhinged out here. If you don't know how active this guy or woman is, right, and they don't know that person is out there like that, and some dude or woman in their circle of pleasure comes and unalive them, because even though it's because of that man or woman too who put them in that position, that person still gets jealous and takes their life. So I was saying, hey, this possibly could lead to death.
Yeah, it's still the person and not the casual smacks. It's still the person, whoever it is on whatever side of the casual smacks they are, is not the casual smacks or the fact that they had multiple partners. It is just because that person decided to unalive somebody. That is the only thing, that is the only variable that we should be considering, because they also did not need to unalive that person. They also could have been controlled in their emotions, in that they didn't allow their emotions to make them do an action. So the emotion is valid. The jealousy is valid. The feeling of distrust, all of that is valid. The action of unaliving is not valid. And that's not on whoever was sleeping around. That's on the person who unalived them. Because they didn't have to do that. So that's why I'm like, thin line there. But I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, people get unalived for the dumbest shit. People get unalived for looking at somebody else, especially women. Like a lot of women, that's where a lot of abusive relationships start, right? Oh, I saw you looking at him, and then that's from there. Then the person who is abusive starts to reveal themselves as an abuser because they get jealous of like very mundane things. Yeah, so
no valid point. I don't think it was victim blaming, but I see what you're saying.
You know me.
Yeah, I see what you said. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, brother, you got anything to add? Random.
Yeah. No, I was just listening to all that for a second. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, to answer your prompt, casual snacks is dangerous, and here's why. Thoughts. I'm 50-50 on that. Cause I feel like in a way it is, but then I feel like she said, it's still the person who decides to, be violent. And the snacks is actually the violence. But then in a way, it's like the casual snacks put you in the vulnerable situation to be, somebody be violent towards you. Then the red pill leads to hatred of women. Definitely. A lot of people don't want to keep it real, but I've seen it in the gym, like in the locker room, like it's crazy because it's like everywhere you go and you get around a group of black dudes, they be sitting around talking about the same stuff everybody be talking about on social media. And I have to be quiet because I've lost friendships because of them combos. And yeah, it's kind of weird, but hey, it just seems to be the new era of our males or whatnot. And then toxic women are not a threat, just avoid them. I don't even really know what that means because I mean, like a threat, like how a threat to my freedom.
A toxic woman is not a threat to your finances. A toxic woman is not a threat to your health. A toxic woman is not a threat to a man.
Okay.
Any type of capacity.
I would say I would agree. Yes, a toxic woman will be a threat to all of that what you just named. But I wouldn't tell nobody to avoid them because there's a lot of us males that like toxic women. Not me, but I'm just saying it's a lot of black males that like that toxicity. What's the word? Toxicity.
Toxicity.
There we go. Thank you for that. Yeah, so I can't really be like, oh, you should stay away from it because some dudes like it. They get their rocks off for that.
Yeah. I wanted to answer the other problems, but also I just thought about something. So like this framing, casual sex can be dangerous, and here's why. There are so many other things that we do on a regular basis that is a lot more dangerous than casual sex. As an example, driving. Driving can be dangerous. Here's why. You are more likely to die in a car crash than you are to die from an STD, or your health is going to be at a higher risk driving than having casual sex. So I just feel like that's also why the framing is a little odd. And because everything that you do, literally leaving your house, literally being in your house. This happened to me this weekend. And I'm still suffering it from now. I'm suffering from vertigo, and the room spins sometimes. And so, like, obviously, I'm getting dizzy a lot. It was really bad when I got it on Sunday, but I live by myself. I only live with me and my Yorkie, and I was so afraid to be by myself because what if I fall and hurt myself and unalive because I fell and hurt myself? Nobody's checking on me because I don't have a job I report to. I don't live with anybody. I know a lot of people who unalived in their home by accident because they lived alone. So living alone is dangerous, right? But how many people live alone? You know what I mean? So there's like a risk, like just living it in and of itself is risky to death because anything you do can open yourself to risk to dying. Let me go down the line. Red pill leads to the hatred of women. Thoughts? I'm gonna say this. I agree, but I do believe that red pill is just an exaggeration of sexism and misogyny that already existed in society, and now it's become a part of this fringe group and becoming more normalized in regular society. But the way that red pill men think, men have always thought about women because of the ways that they are socialized under sexism and misogyny. So now we're just seeing like these fringe groups of people and this type of hatred being normalized. And to give an analogy, for instance, we could talk about like white nationalists, and a lot of red pill people are also white nationalists. They kind of like there's a Venn diagram there, right? So the white nationalists, they were underground for so many years, and then when Trump became president, all of a sudden they were loud and proud, and then you started seeing more and more rhetoric of this white nationalist, white supremacist, white eugenicist movements in public circles and public spheres, because the ideas were always there. Those people always existed. Now it's just more popular to normalize that and say that in public. And I think that's what's happening with red pill as well. Toxic women are not a threat. No, they're not a threat. I will say toxic women are not a threat in comparison to toxic men, because toxic men unalive women. Toxic women do not unalive men for the most part, I will say, or at least not to the same capacity that toxic men unalive women. Just avoid them. Yes, I think we all should avoid toxic people, not only in our romantic relationships, but in our interpersonal friendships and in general. And we should be setting boundaries to not interact with individuals that we deem as toxic. I do think we have normalized a lot of toxic behaviors in relationships, and specifically in the Black community, with this whole like ride or die mentality that we've had and struggle of, like, that's very normalized in our community. And I think that's why we end up staying in relationships longer than we have, because it is normal for people to stay in a toxic relationship literally till death do us part. We've seen our parents do it, our aunts, our uncles, our grandparents do it. And so that is something that has become normalized. I do see it changing intergenerationally, and people are not being as tolerant as toxicity as they were in the past. But I don't think that anybody should tolerate any toxicity, and we should avoid it. But at the same token, I understand, I would not blame someone who, for instance, falls for someone who is toxic, that is using like manipulative ways to kind of keep them around. That is obviously something that men do more than women, but women do it as well. And so it's not like just avoid them. I don't think is constructive advice. What I will say is recognize or learn what are these red flags, so that you can see before they fool you, and you can like mitigate the risk as much as possible. But I don't think there's just any way to flat out avoid toxic people. I think there's only ways for you to mitigate the risk of falling for a toxic person, and also being able to assess whether or not that toxic person is being toxic, since so much toxic behavior is normalized in our society.
You don't think people can see? Just a quick question. You don't think people be seeing women and men that's toxic before they even?
No.
So you think it takes an interpersonal?
I don't think toxic people get in relationships and they show their toxicity off rip. No, I think they put on a facade, and we all do this. We all put on a facade to get who it is and what it is that we want. And we may come off first as charming and loving and caring and all this other stuff. And toxic people are really good at putting on those masks, and they will fool people into these relationships by being manipulative and so on and so forth. And so at that point, I can't really blame you. It wasn't as if they like had a sticker on their forehead and was like, "Hey, I'm toxic."
Well, that's not what I'm. Let me give a better example. There's women that can come out, right? I'm just going to use women as an example right now. That come out and say on the first date they knew he was no good because of certain wording that he was saying, but they tried to how can I say, build a bear instead of it being a bear, it's build a nigga.
I mean, I personally have not heard women say that. I think what I've heard women say in my female like circles and my little group chats and stuff is that, you know, there were certain things that he said that were either yellow flags, and I might have ignored them to try to give this person some type of grace, because who knows what are the circumstances that you were like, oh, well, let me give this person grace. And I think in giving people grace, we do end up in these situations, which is why I was like, maybe it's important for you to learn how to draw those lines quicker and sooner so you can like recognize what this behavior is. Because a lot of times it's just people giving people grace and that puts them in that position. Whereas me personally, where I'm at, I give people so little grace that I don't give anybody an opportunity to change at all, which is why likely I'm also still single, because I'm sure there were a lot of good men that I was like, nope, absolutely not, because I didn't want to deal with any red flags at all. Now I'm realizing there might be a little grace here, so I have to find where is that middle ground where, okay, well, maybe these views I can take and these views I can't, because it seems like he's malleable here and he's not malleable there. And so it's really important to draw up what your non-negotiables are and then work from the non-negotiable instead of having this like 100 list and expecting like to find a perfect partner. There is no such thing as a perfect human being, right? So just, I think it's really just comes with experience. And so it is going to be hard in the beginning to see through the facade of, and especially that when you first become entangled, that's the word that came to mind, or when you first start dating someone and the allure of them, the charm of them, then there are literally hormones that are released in your body when you start to feel these feelings for this person that don't necessarily allow you to think as clearly. This is an anatomical, physiological fact. So can you see past what those hormones are making you feel for that individual in order for you to be more critical of their red flags? Is that something that you can do? That might be something that you need to work on, and that requires experience. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. We got two new guests. It's your girl Nate up here first. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing?
One sec. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Can't. Never mind. I'll let Melanie address you later, boy. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
The first question, casual sex can be dangerous. I do think it can. Just speaking from experience, I feel like especially when it comes to your health, because you can be the healthiest person in the world. You can go to the doctor every day, get checked, but the partner that you may have, a partner that you may have. You know what I'm saying? They that may not always be the case. I just don't think it's healthy. And again, I'm speaking from my own past experience and see how it has affected me. And so um, and so I just think, especially as women, you know, we do have to be more careful, you know what I'm saying? Because you can't put all your trust in someone. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell anybody not to live their life. You do what you feel like you want to do. But now that, especially I've gotten older and went to therapy and did the work on myself, I definitely I've realized and understand how dangerous it was to myself, not just my body, but just my health and just my mental, because you're taking on so many energies, and soul ties are real. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to really be careful. I feel like it can be dangerous. Now, I don't think it has any correlation to it when it comes to like essays or sexual assault, because regardless of the circumstance, nobody deserves that. But when it comes to health, or it comes to mental health or physical, I do think it can be dangerous. Because I even told my boyfriend, like, if I had a daughter, I would want to teach her differently than what I was taught, and hopefully teach her to love herself and just respect herself. You know what I'm saying? Um, but when it comes to the next question, red pill, I do think it leads to hatred of women, because every woman is not the same. I feel like we all have different experiences in life, and just because your experience wasn't a good one doesn't mean all women are like that. It's okay to have an opinion, but the opinion doesn't have to be toxic. It doesn't have to be disrespectful. You can give an opinion. We can all have an opinion, but be respectful of each other. And I feel like that's on both sides with women and men, in my opinion. Um, I do think toxic women are a threat. There have been plenty of situations where men have lost their lives on the hands of a woman because she was toxic. It's not just the men. And I think especially in this country, when it comes to domestic violence and situations like that, when a man loses his life on the hands of a woman, you can, a lot of times the woman get less time than if the shoe was on the other foot, because she is a woman. So I do think women are a threat. I do feel like toxic women are a threat, because there's plenty of situations I've seen. For example, there's a show right on now called Fatal Attraction on TV1, where there's situations of men and women who've lost their lives at the hands of a toxic person, not just women. They're not just men. So I do feel like the toxic woman can definitely be a threat. There's so many situations where men have dated toxic women and lost their lives, even if the woman did not commit the crime themselves by cheating or doing whatever, or messing with somebody else and manipulating and getting someone to kill this person for whatever reason. So I do feel like women can be a threat. toxic woman can be very much of a threat. And just like I feel like as women, we need to pay more attention to the red flags. I feel like men need to pay attention to the red flags as well because they are there. You know what I'm saying? I've been in situations where I've dated people and the red flags were there, and I was there longer than I should have been. Thank God I didn't lose my life. Thank God you know what I'm saying, I got through those situations. But I do feel like women can be toxic, in my opinion. So
Okay. Ifus, you want to jump in?
Hey, what's happening with you, man?
What's going on,
So,
bro?
for the first one, I think casual snacks can be not so much just about like, you know, STIs and things that can be transmitted, but so much going off what the last person said, like soul ties and things like that. Hold on, I'm about to put the alarm in. So yeah, so I think it's like it can be like that from soul ties and stuff like that. Also, too, people expect different things. So not just soul ties, but the difference in how you view smacks and how emotional you are. And, you know, with one person, you might just be okay just with this one, and that person might be okay being with multiple partners. So it can be very dangerous if, you know, both parties don't sit down and talk about what they really want and what they understand from each other. I definitely believe that red pill leads to like the contempt of women. I definitely do 100%. And but however, I think a lot of toxic women, they normally don't mess with a toxic dude. A lot of toxic women, they choose to mess with a dude who's more like nicer in a sense, like, you know, same thing with a dude. Like you gonna mess with somebody you feel like you can kind of get over and be toxic towards. And I feel like those type of women push men more to be red pill. So it's kind of like a cycle in my eyes. So yeah, but yeah, I feel like they're a big threat. I feel like not as much of a threat as like men, but I feel like yeah, they definitely a big threat too. Because too, they make more noise than like women who just out here living their life day to day. You see people driving with like I'm in California, so it's big Spanish out here, but you see people driving with La Toxica or all that stuff on their window and stuff, like wearing it proud, and it's like, you know, that's not nothing to be good or proud about. So yeah, I think you should just avoid them at all costs, man.
Just one question. In what way do women lead men to be red pill?
Well, who said that?
I said toxic women.
Yeah, in what way do toxic women lead men to be red pill?
Because if you already a toxic woman and you treating a man who is not a toxic dude, not a red pill dude, a certain type of way, that's gonna shape his perspective and his view of women. So for you, if you do that to a man, you're pushing, and that man, you treat that man bad, you're gonna screw his perspective of a woman. And when people are telling him all this stuff and they're spewing propaganda, it'll be easier for him to believe it because of his experience with that toxic woman.
I will strongly and disrespectfully disagree. Anybody who can be easily swayed into any hatred or bigotry likely already aligned themselves with that kind of thought process to a certain degree. So the actual good men, the actual men who see women as human beings that try their best to not lean into the way men are socialized in society will not go to red pill because they dealt with a toxic woman. They'll go to therapy. Okay, so I could never say, oh, toxic women led to red pill men. No, red pill men were probably already red pill to a certain degree, and then the toxic women experience is what had them, the toxic red pill man, go themselves and choose to subscribe to an ideology that is hateful towards women because of the underlying hate he already had. Because again, we are socialized in a society to hate women. Everybody in the society hates things that are feminine because this is a society that we live in. So all of us, to a certain degree, perpetuate and uphold sexism and misogyny, including women, right? And then that negative experience allowed them to uphold that sexism and misogyny to a higher degree that they could be as hateful as a red pill person. The same thing with white folks who are racist. White folks who actively work to be anti-racist and in their lives have actively worked to be anti-racist and not uphold racist ideals towards Black folk are not going to be able to go down the alt-right pipeline because their beliefs already are against whatever the alt-right is telling them about Black folks. You get what I'm saying? So I just can't agree.
So let me say something. Hold on, brother. Give me 1 second. MJ, to answer your question, it depends on what you say toxic is, but you can look up names like Mary Elizabeth Wilson, unalived 2 of her husbands just to get their estate, right? And then you also have Evelyn Dick, who literally dismembered her own. Never mind, bro. Just look up those 2 names, Evelyn Dick. If I get banned for saying Dick, even though that's her last name, I'm gonna be mad. And Mary Elizabeth Wilson. Go look up those 2 women. Yes, they are white women, but you could go look up those 2 women because you didn't say Black women. But we can pull up some examples of men losing their life to Black women. But I'm trying to. These were the first 2 that popped up. Annie, go ahead.
Hi guys, thanks for having me on the space. Just to respond to the red pill leading to hatred of women, I think red pill is a movement where men have, if you really understand it, it's when men have accepted that the ways in which gender is working in society is actually harmful to men and women as a whole. And here's why. When most men are brought up with these idealized beliefs about how women are and how they should be, and then they enter the world and they might have a mom who says, well, you're not worth anything unless you are a provider. Or they might meet women who say he's not man enough because he's not 6. Like there's all of these gendered stereotypes that are put onto men. And women often are the ones who perpetuate them against their sons, against their brothers, and against the men they know. I don't think it's fair to dismiss the fact that I think men genuinely accept this. I want to care for women. I want to be a provider. I want to be a protector, et cetera, et cetera. And then they go out into the real world and they see that women are not behaving according to their own gendered expectations. There are many men who will talk about finding out that their son or daughter is not actually theirs. There are a lot of men who talk about the emotional abuse that they experience from women that they can't talk about because then it's not considered man enough. Like there's a lot of stuff that are happening. And so if you really listen to what these men are saying, it's not that they hate women. I believe truly they hate the way in which society has created an environment where women do not have to be accountable to the violence that they commit as a gender, while also getting the benefits of being associated to that gender. That's what red pill is. And so a lot of
let her finish.
So I think a lot of men are really just finding a way in which, how can we as men stop being taken advantage of? How can we as men actually enter relationships with partners who value our masculinity, not use it as an opportunity to manipulate and control them? And it's when we talk about toxic women, I think it's very important to distinguish between women who are labeled toxic because they don't go for men's manipulation tactics, or maybe there are people who, might be proudly independent and they get labeled crazy for whatever reason. And then there are real toxic women who are manipulative, who are emotionally abusive, women who compete with other women and sabotage others for their own benefit. And it's hard to avoid it. There are women who can, on surface, present to be a good woman, and you enter a relationship with her, and you are being emotionally abused by the way she speaks to you, the way she talks down to you, the way, and she will have you thinking that you are not enough. I don't disagree. There is some form of accountability that I think the other partner should have, the man should have. I think it's very important to recognize that the ways in which toxic women operate, it's very subversive. You can't actually identify it unless you're in a relationship with them. And that often requires a lot of vetting. So I think it's very important to recognize that women, in all our degrees in the ways in which we operate in this Western world, there are a lot of women who take advantage of their gender to have one over men. And I think Red Pill is just lifting up that veil. I recently heard a woman talking about how there would be nights where she didn't want to cook at home, so she would go on Tinder and trick guys into taking her out to eat. This is the reality. So yes. So and last thing, casual schmecks can be dangerous, and here's why. I absolutely agree. It's dangerous for women and it's dangerous for men. Beyond just because I think when you engage in casual schmecks, you're also engaging with the objectification of yourself and someone else. You're saying, I am willing to have schmecks with someone that I don't actually deeply care about, besides whether or not they can get me off or not. I think I think men and women hold inherent value, and I think when we have schmecks with one another, that is the expression, right? To give up your body to someone else, to me, is an incredibly deeply intimate act. So when we have casual schmecks, and we can have schmecks with Bob, and we can replace him with Tony, or he can have schmecks with all these different women and not be attached to them, what that creates is a culture of people who just primarily focus on that individual based off of whether or not they're going to get me off. So this man doesn't actually have to invest in you. He doesn't have to care about you. He doesn't even, if you get pregnant, it's actually not his problem. We're just engaging in casual snacks. And to me, that is why we're having so many different issues in our world. So we're looking at each other as objects. Thank you, and I land my plane.
You're giving like Jordan Peterson meets Candace Owens, but
I like those people a lot.
I figured you sound like them. I have some tap dancing shoes for you and a raccoon tail in my closet that I can have you borrow.
Oh, that's
But yeah. Anyway,
I'm size 7.
You're a size 7. Sure. Send me your address. So I think in general, some of the way in which you're framing things is a little odd. Like, yes, can we talk about the patriarchy and the way the gender norms in society are harmful towards men and women? Yeah, that's what feminism said. And then feminism said we need to deconstruct the ways in which patriarchy harms both men and women and in these gender norms. But in Red Pill, they want to uphold the gendered norms that are toxic to both men and women. So it just doesn't make any sense that they are in this movement because they realize that patriarchy is toxic to men and women. That's actually false. They want to uphold that because they desire to maintain the power dominance that patriarchy promises them, which is why it is harmful to women and not to men in the Red Pill society, because they are just upholding patriarchy in a way that continues to harm women and has like tangible harm to women at the end of the day. So can we talk about how in society we need to deconstruct patriarchy because it is just a harmful system? Absolutely. Do all people uphold patriarchy? Absolutely. But saying that, oh, it's because of women and women taking advantage of patriarchy that these men are realizing that they are now no, they are harmful to women. Like literally, their rhetoric is extremely damaging, extremely harmful, and it causes real world harm. You have 14 and 13-year-old boys out here who think they need to have as many SMEX partners as possible before they settle down with a good woman because Fresh and Fit said that. And now you have a 14 and 15-year-old boy, actually the 16-year-old boys in Harlem, fucking convincing a 12-year-old girl to have a threesome in the staircase of her project building. And that's what Red Pill causes. Red Pill causes that type of behavior in young boys.
No,
that
it doesn't, actually.
Yes, it does, baby. Yes, it does.
And here's how it doesn't.
You landing your plane? You landing your plane? You landing your plane? Let me land my plane. Right? Now, to the casual SMEX part, there's no argument here, and I'm not going to argue back and forth with you. We might have a difference of opinion, but that is what Red Pill causes. You literally have boys that are in junior high school and high school, and I know because my friend works with them. My friend is a domestic violence educator, an IPV educator in these schools, and these boys are upholding different parts of patriarchy that is literally violence, like physically violent to women and girls. And they kiki and ha ha about it. And they're literally talking points from Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, and all those red pill incelly type people. At the end of the day, it is more tangibly harmful to women than it is to men, although just the red pill movement and patriarchy in general is harmful to all people. Now back to the casual smacks. Sex is not just something that needs to happen between two people who have a history and deeply care about each other. There are some individuals who engage in casual smacks because they feel very liberated sexually. They see smacks as an activity that they can do with another human being, and they can bond with that other human being in that way, which sex is also about human bonding. And it doesn't have to be human bonding between people who are going to pledge their lives to each other. It doesn't have to be that way. I don't think there's anything wrong with engaging in casual smacks with people as long as you are being ethical about it and letting them know, hey, I love to experience this with other human beings. Do you love to experience this with other human beings? Let's make sure we're protected, we are tested, we're doing this, that, and the third, and we understand what are the expectations that we're going to engage in this. And if our expectations change, we should be communicating that as well. So if you engage in casual smacks in a way that is ethical, where you are considering the individual and their humanity, no, you're not objectifying them. You're engaging in a human activity that two people can enjoy and bond through, and that's what it is.
Can I speak on the casual sex part? If you don't mind. I'm gonna say that I think casual sex is dangerous. As a woman who engages in casual sex, I can go to the doctor all day. I can protect myself all day, and you can talk. You can have conversations with the multiple partners that you have. You can sit here. You can ask them to give you test results. You can use protection and all those things. But all those things didn't save me from contracting herpes. So at the end of the day, I'm about to give me one second.
Ma'am, hold on. Wait a minute. For your protection.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sharing. I get it. I'm just sharing it because I feel like I need people to understand, especially women, that y'all need to protect yourself. It's dangerous. It doesn't matter how much people want to say about to be liberated. You can say those things all day, but it's not okay. It's not. And I'm speaking, and the reason why I'm sharing it is because I'm not ashamed of anything. I am in a healthy relationship. I have a relationship with God. I went to therapy. I've healed from a lot of my trauma. So at the end of the day, I need y'all to understand that it's not okay. You live your life how you want to live your life. And I had that same mindset where I thought I was thought I was liberated and I was having fun and this, that, and the third. But having fun can be dangerous. And I'm saying as
Can I respond?
Like getting married, like a lot of women who are married are getting STDs from their person that they married, that they're pledged their entire life to. So I understand, and I'm sorry that happened to you, but there is no way to protect yourself from getting an STD from anyone, not even marriage, not even monogamy, because you can be monogamous and you cannot control what the other individual does. The only way to mitigate the risk, you can mitigate the risk, but you cannot eliminate the risk of contracting any STD from anybody unless you are completely celibate and not having any smacks at all. So granted, I hear what you're saying, and I really am sorry that happened to you while you were engaging in casual smacks. But you know, my mother got HIV from her husband. So at the end of the day, there is no mitigating risk to a level of zero. So that you can say that casual sex can be dangerous and there is a risk. You can say that there is risk and you can mitigate that risk. That risk also exists in monogamous relationships because you cannot control the actions of the other person in the relationship.
I would be interested in understanding whether or not your mom's husband was engaging with casual schmecks with other people who were okay with casual schmecks. Which then
he was a heroin addict and he got it through sharing needles. That's how he got it. But then I have another family member that was in a committed monogamous relationship, and that was her first partner ever, and he gave her HIV. So and they were in a committed monogamous relationship for years, and he gave her HIV. So being in the committed monogamous relationship,
it's not gonna
the
be.
point of the matter is this, like, and I said this from jump. You cannot control what the other person does in that relationship. You can only trust and have faith that they're going to engage in a way that is ethical and that is not going to put your life in danger. But you cannot control that, and you cannot mitigate the risk that of interacting with another individual that is going to expose you to that risk.
You're absolutely
There's no
correct.
way to take
You're correct.
there's no way to take that risk to zero.
You're
And again,
correct.
like, and I said it at the top, and I said it to Shannon. A lot of the Black women that have contracted STDs and that the rate of HIV and all these other infections of Black women is that high, they contracted it from their significant others and their husbands.
Okay, so
and also might I add, a lot of what she said is true, and a lot of those husbands wasn't gay, quote unquote. But I'm just saying that because a lot of people will assume that, oh, they must have got it from a man, and in a lot of those cases, they was not getting it from a man. They was getting it from wherever they was getting it from.
I think it's true that the only way to protect yourself from STI contraction is abstinence. But we can't forget that what's happening in this country is abnormal and not a reflection in the ways in which men and women have traditionally related to one another, especially when it comes to schmex. And if you look outside the United States, you will see that very apparently.
There's no normal.
I didn't interrupt you. So one thing I think is very important to recognize is when the schmexual revolution movement happened during the 70s and 80s and the late 60s, there was a huge push for women who now had access to birth control and abortions to quote unquote liberate themselves from the quote unquote slavery of motherhood and being a wife. That push put women in a position where they no longer had to face the consequences of being a mother, right? And men could have schmex with whoever they wanted without the consequences of having to bear a child. And the moment we started accepting that level of behavior from one another, that is when you started seeing more promiscuous sex. That's where schmex. That's where you started seeing a dismantling and the devaluing of schmex. And I think it's very, 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 very important to recognize here that women do not operate the way men do. We do not, our bodies are different, our anatomy is different, the ways we process our emotions and even relationships, completely different. And so it's incredibly disingenuous to now expect liberation for a woman would look like being able to have as many schmex partners as men. And I think when we tell women this, we are divorcing her from her actual authenticity and her actual value. Not all women are built to have casual schmex. Some of us need emotional connection. In casual schmex unions, just by the grace of saying, okay, do you want to do this? And I say yes, we don't have to actually see each other's humanity. What I think, I understand that you're saying when two consenting adults participate in this activity, that is enough. I don't agree. We are human beings.
That was not what I said.
We are human beings. We are here primarily to reproduce. So, schmex can be fun.
Appeal to nature fallacy, but go ahead.
But they're not.
I really would love to. Let me just land without interruption because it makes it kind of difficult to land, like actually finish what I'm trying to say. If I would just appreciate it, and I'll make this pretty fast. At the end of the day, we are a species we're animals living on this planet. All living things seek to reproduce, and our species happens to reproduce schmexually. So we need one another in order to procreate. I think when we moved when we forgot that we needed one another, and we forgot that, okay, like, despite the fact that schmucks can be something that feels good and that connects us, but the real intent and the purpose of us engaging in this behavior is to create a family, then women stopped actually being selective about the men who they slept with, and men stopped caring about investing in women. So you'll see historically, as we started allowing women to express their schmexual liberation, there was a huge backlash from men. You'll see that in the porn industry. A lot of men stopped seeing women as these creatures that needed protecting, but they became these objects that they could use, and so on and so forth. So I think, like, I will land this plane. I know you think you can have schmex without caring about someone and wanting to be invested in them.
I never said that.
Well, you didn't have to say it. You implied it when you said you can.
I literally said, and this is why like listening is key, right? I said that people can have casual smack,
Wait.
with another human being, and they still have an emotional connection to that other human being, that they don't need a history or a relationship. And the intention is to have a human experience with another human being. That's the intention.
The intention of having schmex, the reason why you attach to someone, the reason why you get emotionally connected, the reason why our bodies do the things that they're supposed to do is because we have a biological imperative. This is how our species evolved. We needed to learn how.
What about people who don't want kids? What about people who don't have any desire to have children? You don't make any sense.
So
you're appealing to nature in a false way.
Okay.
Like, we are not here to reproduce.
I'm really not. You said you want to go back and forth with me, and yet here you are. All I'm asking you to do is
you've been playing for like 7 hours.
And somebody else talk, Annie.
I will love to drop. I will land my plane. Give me a second. Sis got to talk. Y'all got to talk. We were all taking turns. So at the end of the day, the way in which we attach to one another, to emotionally bond to our partner, the way it feels good, all of this is because biology determined in order for our species to thrive and survive, we actually needed another partner who was equally invested in our offspring. That is why it feels good. That is why we bond. That's why you get attached. It's because the purpose of it is to have us reproduce. If we didn't need one another, we would just, we would just be like rocks. We would be like starfishes. We would just.
Do you have any studies to back this biological claim up?
We just asexually reproduce that way. We sexually reproduce, especially the way we sexually reproduce. It's for pleasure, yes, but the primary purpose is not just for pleasure. There is an actual directive. All living beings seek to reproduce. That is part of being a living being. We can't divorce. And we can't divorce.
You said you were going to land your plane a long time ago. Come on, land it.
We can't divorce the fact that all of these things that we feel when we're having schmex has an actual purpose. So if you're not attached to schmex, and yet you're feeling all of these feelings when you have schmex, you have actually disassociated from yourself. I believe you would be in a better position if you were in a relationship with someone who was equally invested in you and your offspring. That's all I'm saying.
Baby girl, you cannot control that. First and foremost, I'm gonna make this quick because
we actually didn't have teen pregnancies and STIs at a certain point in this country.
That's bullshit, because that's a whole lie. That's a whole lie. First and foremost, they were marrying off teenage girls. What are you talking about? We didn't have teenage pregnancy. They were literally marrying off girls when they were 12 years old. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about unwedded mothers having multiple.
Again. So because the 12-year-olds are wedded, it makes it better that they're teenagers. It makes it better that the 13-year-old is married, that she has a child. You see how your logic sounds ridiculous?
I'm talking about
ridiculous. There was a point in this country where they would literally marry off 13-year-old girls.
Children out of
get ready to land your plane, please.
Wait, both of y'all going back and forth. Like,
there was literally in this country, and there's still laws right now in certain states that they're arguing about the age of consent and marriage laws that they still say that the age of consent is 12 and 13 in some states in the United States of America because they were marrying off little girls, and little girls were getting pregnant at 12, 13, and 14 years old. Does the teen pregnancy now become ethical and moral because she's married and there's someone who's going to take care of her offspring, even though she's getting raped by an adult? No, baby girl. That's so fucking ridiculous. Your arguments are
13-year-olds.
Hold on.
13-year-olds who engage with.
Wait, hold on. Wait, because I'm trying to balance this. I don't want y'all two going back and forth. So for a second, hold your point, Annie. Problematic. Go ahead.
Hold on, because I don't know where to start. Like, Anne's talking wild. Like, not only is this like revisionist history, but she's trying to make these scientific attachments to things that aren't there. That's why I asked her for studies that back this up, that somehow sex became enjoyable because of the biological imperative to reproduce. And that's what, I'm like, do you have any studies to back any of these wild claims up?
Yes, I do. And I'll go to Google and I'll drop them on the comments. But there have been studies that have suggested the evolution of the clitoris was to provide a form of pleasure for women so they'd be incentivized to get pregnant.
Wait.
I'll bring you the.
Hold on. Wait. YouTube disclaimer. I didn't know she was going to say that. Do not take me down. TikTok, before y'all report me. I didn't know she was going to say that. Don't take me down. It wasn't me.
So I'm very curious. I will read this study because the fact that you said suggested already lets me know there's probably not any actual real evidence that points to that. The fact that it says suggested leaves that wide open for interpretation.
Yes, also just to add to that, science never says. I just wanted to add to that. If I could just add to that, Annie.
Y'all two gonna be going back the whole time?
Because we evolved. I'm not triggered, girl. You just sound dumb as fuck, and I hate stupidity. Anyway, so just because.
Wait, time out. We don't have to.
Just because.
We don't have to. Wait a minute. Time out. If y'all
she called me a John Peterson lover, Candace Owens, that she was going to give me my tap dance.
Right.
She's been doing these classes.
Wait, man. I muted you. It wasn't the Demar. I'm finna take back control. All right. At the end of the day, it is 6 black folks having a conversation. Let's try not to cuss each other out. If we are uneducated on a topic, give me sites and sources. I will pull one up. Okay. If you want to give your opinion, try to keep your, because I don't like doing timers. That's not me. I don't want to do the timer 3-minute thing. I want people to say what they got to say, wrap it up, say what they got to say. Next person. Let's get it. We adults. Let's act like some. Melanie, y'all two got 5 minutes to hash this out. Melanie, you got 2.5.
My language. This is just the way that I speak, and when I'm passionate, I'm gonna cuss like a trucker. You could thank my mama. Anyway, so as I was saying, one of the things that I dislike the most, and when people are just ignorant, they're ignorant. They don't actually have the knowledge. They don't actually have the scientific background, and they're always trying to appeal to science. And they appeal to science in a way that is just false. Like Problematic was saying, some of the things that you're saying is just grossly ahistorical and not scientific in any regard, right? And also, when it comes to
Melanie, you're muffled.
Oh, I'm sorry, I put my finger on the mic. When it comes to evolution, science knows that just because human beings evolved to do something doesn't mean that evolution means that we should be doing that behavior, or that behavior is something that we evolved to do because it was necessary. There are plenty of things that we have evolved to do sociologically, psychologically, and biology that have no real purpose, but we just evolved in that way. Evolution does not equal we must do this because evolution said so. Evolution says we change in this way. Some of these ways are beneficial and some of these ways are not beneficial. As an example, sickle cell anemia is an evolution. It's a biological evolution of blood cells of people who wanted to, that evolution, people stayed with the sickle cell because that sickle cell protected them from certain diseases. Now that sickle cell is obviously not something that is beneficial in society, even though these people evolved to have the sickle cell trait. Evolution does not equal we must, and this is why biology said that this is how we should function. Absolutely not.
Annie, get your 2.5, and then we gotta move on.
Oh, didn't Problematic go? He was supposed to go.
My bad. That's my fault.
I'm gonna yield because it's like I said, there's too much craziness coming out that I don't know how to respond to all at once. So I'm gonna yield and let y'all finish up.
Melanie, go. I said, man, my bad.
It's appealing to nature, and then that's just a fallacy. Any scientist who studies sociology or biology understands that that's just not the way that humanity works. We are an evolved species. We're not in the wild. Like, we have sociological and anthropological evolutions and psychological evolutions that have nothing to do with that it being natural. There is no normal way that we have functioned or behaved in society. There have only been normalized ways that we have been expected to behave in society, and that changes. As an example, there were societies where promiscuity was necessary. Why? Because there were more women than men. So the women had to be promiscuous. There were more men than women. So the women had to be promiscuous. And then they were allowed to be promiscuous. And then the whole village took care of all the children. Like, what are y'all talking about?
Wait, hold on. So, wait, Melanie, Annie, did you drop?
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, did you drop?
I actually, I had to drop and come back in because I was pasting the journal link into the chat and then it froze.
Journal link. You said you put a journal link in here. Where? I don't.
Oh, because there's a character. There's a character limit reach. Okay, can you search?
Yes, I was searching, but wow, yeah, I will search.
Can I send it to you via DM?
You just tell me the website. I got a computer right in front of me.
The name of this journal is called Attachment Therapy.
Attachment therapy. Wait, hold on. You keep getting cut off. Attachment who?
Attachment theory.
Theory. By who?
Within an evolutionary framework.
Within a modern evolutionary framework, or just evolutionary framework?
Yes, a modern evolutionary framework.
And is this by Mass AIMH? Who is it by? Mass AIMH?
Yes, that is the journal.
Oh, it's a .organization. Well, she gave me a .org. People will read this eventually because it's 26 pages. I ain't gonna have time. Okay. Well,
eventually,
what
the argument of the scientists in this specific journal, they're saying attachment theory, which is the way in which human beings connect with one another, impacts our sexual relationships, and it follows us throughout our entire adult lives. So, and also implies that this was the way in which human beings have uniquely decided to evolve compared to any other species. It was our attachment to one another. And these scientists argue that the attachment to men and women actually put our species at an advantage because we needed one another. So that is our evolutionary theory benefit. Or advantage over other species.
One more time, please.
I'm not. You say what?
Can you repeat the name of it one more time? I'm pulling it up also.
Attachment theory within a modern evolutionary framework, and it's also by Jeffrey A. Simpson.
Correct. Also, and I'll find the other one that suggests that the clitoris was an evolutionary.
I know she was going to say
advantage for women to be incentivized to have schmecks.
Just real quick, again, from the scientists, what the language suggests and the language theory, like all these things are particular because these are not things that state this is definitely why this is. This is definitely how we operate. What this says is that this is a possible explanation as to why we might have evolved to do this. The end of the day, even attachment theory, for instance, because I don't know if you guys know what attachment theory is, but it is about how we attach ourselves to other human beings in a way that is either confident, anxious, preoccupied, or fearful. Based off of the ways in which we were socialized as children by our parents. So the behavior of our parents towards the children was what catered the individuals to either have a anxious, preoccupied, fearful, avoidant, or
secure attachment.
secure
which
attachment
in fact
style. Yes.
impacts their who they choose as mates.
And yes, okay, now listen, attachment theory is a theory. And there are people who will use attachment theory to help assess some issues that people may have, traumas that people may have, in order for them to have a more quote unquote secure attachment style, but really just a more healthier relationship and how they maneuver their interpersonal relationships. But this is just a tool. There are many other things that you have to consider outside of attachment style. If you are a psychologist or a therapist or so on and so forth, attachment theory is not the end all be all, because again, it is a theory. There are way too many other variables that one must consider in how someone and their behavior is because of their socialization, who they interact with, their life experiences. Because the variables are endless, there's no one way that we can explain, oh, this is why you act the way that you act. There are way too many variables. That's why I said there is no normal way that we have interacted with each other in society that can be explained by a science, because science doesn't say this is normal. Science says this was observed. This was normalized in society by this type of construction. Society had created this construction so people can behave and these behaviors. These behaviors were observed because of these expectations and these religions or this or that or whatever define the observed behavior. Science never says this is normal or this is not normal, not especially when it comes to human beings, sociology, and anthropology. That normal is not used as language when we're explaining that. It is just behavior. All behavior is normal.
The suggestion.
Wait, because y'all two been going back and forth. So save your point. Random, you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Shit, I don't forgot what I was about to say. I'm just listening for right now.
All right.
No, I'm not trying to explain that. Yup. What I'm trying to explain here is that the ways in which human beings have evolved and our advantage over other species is because we've prioritized our relationships and building up the tribe before anything else.
All right. So with that being said, it's your girl Nay.
That was alive. I'm just really just listening to and understanding every point of view. When it came to, I'm just gonna take it back to what I was saying in regards to the casual sex. I just feel that it is dangerous. I don't think it is good for women to practice casual sex. I do feel like it's not healthy, and then because for example, especially when it comes to dating, because a lot of men don't want a woman who has a higher body count, especially if you're someone who does want marriage and things of that nature. You know, especially if for me, I want to have children, and I don't want my daughter to make the same mistakes that I would make. So I personally don't feel like it's a healthy thing. And now, if you do what you feel like you want to do, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Live your life how you want to live your life. But I know how it affected me emotionally. I know how it affected me health wise. I know that it wasn't good for myself. And I just feel like I'm not going to promote it to anybody. I feel like it's just not healthy because, and I know she said that, you know, you can have an emotional connection with someone that you're not, you know, dating or anything, and that may work for some people, but I know for me, I'm an emotional person, and I'm also an empath, so I feel people's energy. Especially even in my relationship now, if my boyfriend's not having a good day, I feel it. If his energy has changed, I feel it. So it's like that also comes with being intimate with someone. You could take on you. Sometimes you may not even be serious about this person, but you can take on their energy. You could be having a good week, and all of a sudden your day is bad because you have a soul tie that's attached to you because you're having casual sex, especially if you're having multiple partners. So that's just my experience. That's just my personal opinion. And I'm not going to look up any statistics or anything of that nature. I'm just knowing how it personally affected me, and I also know people around me who have the same experience. So that's just my opinion.
Hold on, one second.
I do need to say this real quick.
One second. Can y'all tap, if you're here and you're enjoying the conversation, just tap the screen. Go ahead, problem.
Do you have any other studies? I read through this and I looked. This is pure theory. It has literally no numbers to back this up. This is all substantial. This is all built on other theories, and they're building their case. And so there's no numbers to actually back this up at this point. They have not presented a single study. This is basically just a theory built on the backs of other theories, and so it has nothing to substantiate it at this moment.
Problem. You read these 26 pages already, fam?
Here's a study that you should consider looking up. The evolutionary origin of the female clitoris.
Is this a theory?
Study done by Yale students, Yale researchers.
It was done by Yale
students. It would have to be a theory. Like, it would have to be a theory. Because no one existed at the time.
Hold on. All the things that you guys, okay, so here's the thing that is important to recognize. Yes, scientists can have their own theories based off of observation. This is why they conduct studies. If those studies show a significant leaning towards promotion of that theory, it doesn't mean it proves something as fact. It's saying in terms of probability and compared
to... Yes, I understand. But what I'm saying is there's been no studies. This theory has no studies, nothing, no numbers to back this up.
Hold on.
Yeah, but when you're talking about probability and you're talking about
size, that would, and this is the name of the journal, the evolutionary
origin
of the female orgasm.
Origin of the female, and that word, because I can't say it on here. They're gonna get me. And then who is it by?
I can't pronounce her last name, but it's Michaela.
And it's on Yale. Is it on Yale?
Yale researchers. Yeah.
All right, female. Okay.
Keep tapping the screen.
Pavlisev and Wagner.
I got one by Bill Hathaway.
Yes. No, you're right. Problematic.
All right.
Okay. I'll be back.
Okay.
No, you know this is what I do, right? This is literally what I do.
What said I'll be back? Huh?
What I'm trying to present here is that every single biological organism seeks to reproduce for the sake of its own survival. And that in our species, we've had many different we have something unique that other species do not have in order for us to
called intellect. That's why some people don't want to have children.
Part of that is attachment. So the ways in which we attach to one another. And then also when you talk about schmecks being something that's just for pleasure and something that you can do for fun. Well, evolutionary biologists suggest that your clitoris, which has no reproductive value in and of itself, the reason why we have that is when we are experiencing orgasm and when our clitoris is stimulated, that actually increases our capacity to attach to our partners, which will make us more likely to reproduce with them at the end of the day. So it's not just for fun. It's not just something that is casual. The way in which It's Your Girl Nay talks about being an empath and being able to sense other people's emotions is actually a reflection of her biology as a woman. That is a quality that most mothers would need in order to attune to their children, which is what attachment theory talks about all the time. The reason why children grow up feeling insecure and not safe in the world, which impacts their development as human beings, comes down to the ways in which their mothers attune to their needs. Was it consistent or not? What you're talking about right now, Nay, is what most women who are secure are built to do so we can attend to our offspring. So
no,
when you come into this space and you talk about, when you come into this space and you invalidate the fact that women are literally not built to be casual schmech objects, the ways in which we are in society.
This is crazy.
You are dismissing actual women who aren't okay with having 50 partners with men who aren't invested in them.
At the end of the day, that is your personal preference.
And then
another way in which personal decisions, and what you are doing is attempting to add more stigma to women for enjoying sex. Your argument is
Wait. We get out.
I really wanted to bring this up. I do have something on the screen that I would like to share.
Everybody's talking. I don't like doing. I don't like doing the mute mic.
I do have something on the screen that I would like to share. The study that she brought up about the reproductive evolution of the orgasm is a comparative analysis study. If you know anything, there is a hierarchy of studies in science, and comparative analysis studies are not that high in the hierarchy of proving anything. Why? Comparative analysis studies have a lot of limitations, and the biggest limitations in comparative analysis studies are their selection bias, and comparative analysis studies do not prove causation. They only prove correlation, but being as though no one was there when we actually evolved to have an orgasm, there's not going to be enough data of a lived experience to really say, okay, we can make this like cross-sectional study that is studying people over long periods of time and then have that type of analysis that is going to be more accurate versus a comparative analysis with all of these limitations. The study doesn't prove anything. Like Problematic said, and the study itself says, it is a theory and it suggests an explanation to this evolution. The study itself does not say, this is why we evolved this way. The study says,
can you stop misconstruing what I've been saying? I have been saying over and over again, the evidence that I produced is a suggestion. Please stop saying I'm saying
yes, I know you have been using, you yourself have been
so-
using the
Y'all literally yelling at each other again. Y'all yelling at each
you
other
yourself
again.
have been using the word suggest. But the point is, even though you yourself have been using the appropriate language, you are attempting to use this study to justify your argument. And if we're having an actual debate and you are presenting an argument, the way to prove your argument is to present objective information and things that are objective, that are substantial, that are data, that are statistical, and so on and so forth. You cannot present something that is subjective, that is a theory that can be introduced into bias, that does not have any data to support it, to then justify your claim. Your claim is not based in anything factual at all. You yourself know that. So the kind of dissonance that you're having right now is kind of crazy to me. There's nothing that shows that we have evolved for this matter. This is literally just a theory.
So the ways in which
Wait, hold on, time out. Wait, hold on, Annie, hold on. Because we got other people on the panel. Just mute your mic for a second. We'll revisit this probably later. Just give me a second. Game, whatever, my G.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's going on? Oh, let me put the prop back up. My fault. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, is there any specific question that you wanted to ask me? Just wanted to give him my thoughts.
You came up. I thought you was trying to address the prompt.
Yeah, no, I just joined. I wasn't really sure like what they were arguing, but I mean, I agree. Casual sex is dangerous. I completely agree 100%. Especially with the order of having marriages. Marriages are very important. Children are very important, but when you break down the family, you break down marriages. What ends up happening is a lot of people tend to hook up, and that's what the hookup culture. And because hookup culture is very popular, even if people do remarry, there's like a 50% divorce rate in America, somewhere along that lines, and even without marriages, there's a very high percentage of babies born out of wedlock. And because that's the case, a lot of people tend to regret being with that person. And And even with that, it creates a distorted reality for children because they don't have both the father and mother in the home. That's just my stance on that. So,
question. You said the 50% divorce rate was due to hookup culture.
no. I'm saying like that is that a majority of a big reason why marriages don't work is because of hookup culture, right? And I'm saying that overall, I think there is a percentage that there is a 50% divorce rate.
Do you think that like that? That's not. Hold on, Melanie. Hold on. That's not true. One, there's a cop out argument that there is irreconcilable differences. That's bullshit. That's just another way for people to give up on their vows. One, and then two, what you have is a lot of women. Since women typically file for divorce more, they have a thankless job. And hear me out here before you say I'm simping or pandering.
No. I agree.
What you'll often find when you look into why women leave is due to infidelity, is due to finances, and it's due to them. I ain't gonna say complaining. How can I say this? Releasing, venting about them not being acknowledged for the fact that they are taking on majority of the housework, especially in a 50-50 relationship, right? We're expecting her to have intercourse like it's no tomorrow with us, cook and clean, take care of the kids, and then work. And it's like that's not healthy. She feels as if she's taking on majority of the back of the work when it comes to everything all around. If you even look at studies compared to men, now black men are the best fathers. Let's not get that twisted now. But when they talk about men overall, right? Men, I'm trying not to be so controversial when I say this. I think I'm gonna hold that point. But basically, everything I just said,
name, bro. Live up to your name.
No, I'm gonna hold that point as of right now.
I did want to talk about the divorce rate and what it signifies. By your logic, Gamma, because hookup culture causes more divorce, would there not be more divorces now than there were maybe 20 years ago?
Well, it depends, right? Because even back then, there was still a growing rate back then. It's hookup culture is nothing new, right? And I also, with your point, I do agree that women's part with a relationship is not looked at. It's not really recognized as a whole. Because I also believe that men as a whole need to at least take a step up with their responsibilities and also acknowledge like women are not robots. And I think that's what ends up happening is that a lot of men they're like, okay, I work and then you do this, you cook, you clean, and that's it. Like, no, you gotta tend to her, you gotta have fun with her. You got to spend time with her,
You need to reciprocate the same energy that she gives. But can you answer Melanie's question so we can get back to the...
Oh, yeah. So I know you said not necessarily, but I mean, by your logic, technically, I would assume, right? Because hookup culture is still much more prevalent and normalized today. Right. But the divorce rate has actually dropped. You can make me big, Sharon. So when you say things like hookup culture is causing divorce, but the divorce rate is dropping, that doesn't make any sense because hookup culture is now more normalized. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of explanations why the divorce rate is dropping, and it's also likely because less people are getting married. But it also is more likely that people are being more selective about who they are getting married to now that women have a choice of who they will get married to, which is why the divorce rate is likely also dropping. One of the reasons why women divorce men at a higher rate than men is because of infidelity, And also the irreconcilable differences, controversial Shannon. A lot of the he has me do all the housework and doesn't do anything falls under the irreconcilable differences, just FYI. And so at the end of the day, the reason why divorce is dropping is because marriage is dropping.
They got a coach. I'll just play. She'll be right back in a second. She probably got a call.
Well, you know, to elaborate on that, I agree with her. I wasn't necessarily, like I was saying, I was just throwing off a number. I wasn't like, if anything, I know for a fact that military marriages, because I was ex-military, military marriages are definitely at a high rate with divorces. But in that context, it's because a lot of young military members join. You know, they probably join with their high school sweetheart, then they divorce like 3 months to a year later, and that's a very typical thing that happens a lot in the military. But that, and I bring that up because it's context, right? And even though hookup culture is a normality, right? Even though divorce rates are lower, doesn't necessarily mean that hookup culture is not there, right?
I don't think nobody disagrees.
Yeah. I was just putting it into context. Yeah.
So I do listen. Okay, so in these black spaces, I'm still learning. You have to have some context here. Not everybody believes in nuclear family. I agree with you on the emphasis of family. Whether that's nuclear, whether that's extended, I do believe that a man should be part of his child's life, mom part of the kid's life, a family dynamic. But there's a village mindset that is more pushed prevalently in our community. So you got to be careful when speaking on how are you saying? Are you saying it like the white man's dynamic of family, or?
Well, I'm speaking from a traditional sense.
Black traditionally, or what do you mean?
White man.
I don't stem it from color. I stem it from a stance of in a biblical perspective, right? I'm a Christian, so I believe that a man.
Same.
Say again.
It's okay, gang. It's okay. We understand each other. Melanie understands that I hold that same view, and that's fine.
Yes. But I'm sorry, my phone died. But hate to break it to you, Gamma, but that is a white perspective. And yes, it is normalized, and I'm sure you guys believe that wholeheartedly. You have every right to believe whatever it is that you want to believe. But Western society, Western Christian values were constructed under white Christianity. Period. Point blank.
Do you know where Christianity?
Wait. Let's not go down that path. I'm not going down. We're not going.
It doesn't matter where Christianity stems from. Christianity has many denominations, and the cultures and the dogma in each denomination is going to be different, right? What Catholics do, Pentecostals don't do, what Baptists do, like Mormons don't do, and so on and so forth. And they have different traditions and different values depending on what denomination of Christianity you're a part of.
So what was the original? Wait. Time out. So we're not making it.
The black church came from enslaved Africans that were forced to assimilate into a Christian society. So they were taught by white Europeans how to worship a Christian God. They made that Christian God specifically in a way so that they could subjugate black folks. Now, am I saying that black Christians are now negative? No, because Christianity also played a large role in many liberation movements. You have your personal choice to be a Christian. You just also have to understand that the Christianity that you follow in Western society, no matter where it is in Western society, is traditionally associated with whiteness. White traditions are what started the black people and the indigenous folks in the Western society to take on Christianity, because largely those people were not originally Christian. Now, let me just finish what I was saying before, and then I'll shut up, Shannon. In terms of divorce and marriage is going down because we live in a society where women are not forced to marry men in order to survive. Now, the birth rate is also going down because we don't live in a society that is economically plausible to have children. So most people are deciding not to have children. On top of that, the women who never wanted to have children now have the opportunity to not have children, because obviously being in a marriage that you are forced into because you don't have any choice because the society doesn't let you live outside of marriage, you are not forced to have children. There are plenty of women who now choose not to have children, even if they choose to get married. So at the end of the day, all of these things are like dropping because of the evolution of our society and the importance of people having their own personal preferences and personal choices. So my issue with Annie and a lot of her arguments is that they're rooted in stigma. They're rooted in sexism. They're also rooted in racism, low key, and they don't allow for people to have personal preference and personal choices that are rooted in these false pseudoscientific reasons that appeal to natural fallacies that are rooted in white Christianity. Thank you very much.
So this idea of white Christianity and the fact that just because the people who brought Christianity to the West are somehow less it's oppressive. Is that your?
Yes, Christianity was used as a tool of oppression to Black and Indigenous folks in Western society. Absolutely.
I have a question.
I
have a question. Sorry. Do you have evidence
Oh
of
my
that?
Lord, this I am
Literally
listen,
documented history.
I am
But if
not.
you want, I'll look up the Catholic Church that allowed Christopher Columbus to subjugate, and also
you need to focus on how Christianity impacted Black slaves. Not
Well, time out. Listen,
there's literally a
we're not
slave
even.
Bible.
We
We
will have a
they took
theological.
out verses from the
Hold
Bible.
on, Melanie. Hold on, wait a second.
What are you talking
Nothing
about?
on the
Host
board.
is talking is what I'm talking about.
Nothing on the board is anything about religion,
Okay,
spirituality.
I agree. I mean,
I'm not trying to go down there. I'm not even trying to go down there.
Shannon, if I could just speak. You have the
No.
right to be a
Why are you
Christian.
letting her dominate over everyone?
I'm not letting her dominate anything. I'm not letting nobody dominate anything. I will mute everybody, but I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to have a respectful conversation amongst Black folks. And I don't like doing childish things like muting people's mics because I feel like you're all adults. I'm not the type of host. So
can you ask her to let this man land?
he wasn't landing. He was asking questions. And every time you ask a question, there's a rebuttal. And we're going to go down a religious path. And I don't even have that as a prompt. So I'm trying to stay right here.
Okay.
So we can divert from that. We can stick to the topic.
I mean, but the point of the matter is this. Shannon, you brought up the nuclear family.
I didn't bring it up. He brought it up. He brought up family.
But then you started speaking on it because you understand that not all people subscribe to a nuclear family. Gamma, you believe that the nuclear family has no color. But the nuclear family, the root of the nuclear family does come from white society, and it was imposed onto Black society because Black society was largely communal. Even post-emancipation, they were largely communal. The nuclear family did not come into place until industrialization in the 40s and the 50s, so that they could, with the Great Migration from the South to the North, so they can have people be in smaller family units and then force those people to now work in factories. And this is why the
gotta take your finger off the mic.
Yeah,
quite literally. So again, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong for you to subscribe to the nuclear family, but just understand not everyone subscribes to that. And sometimes there are critical things that we can be critical about of the nuclear family that impose like very individualistic and exceptionalist attitudes in our people who we are not individualistic or exceptionalist by nature if ancestrally we have always been communal. That is my point. But also, again, all of that is rooted in Christianity. I'm not saying it's wrong, but understand where it comes from so that you can then pick and choose the aspects of the traditions that you have to say, you know what, this tradition is rooted in something that subjugates my people, and I don't want to stigmatize or ostracize any people. So I might hold on to some aspects of this, but I will allow for the freedom of other people to choose how they want to live and not stigmatize them because they don't choose to live in that way.
So
May I respond, Shannon?
Go ahead.
Regardless of the ways in which God operates, it doesn't matter whether or not the Christian Bible has been used as a form of violence in one group or has empowered another group. It doesn't even matter what we call it, because human beings have historically have always had a fundamental connection to God. In the Middle East, we call him Allah. In other places, we call him Buddha. At the end of the day, whether or not it doesn't dismiss the fact that human beings, no matter where they were on this globe, still found value in recognizing that their purpose and and the reason why they live and the reason why their community exists beyond themselves is founded in a relationship in God, regardless of how you want to.
All right, we're done. We are done with the God
It's
conversation. We are
regardless
done
of
with
how
the
you want
religion.
to live.
That's just
If I
false. There are
wanted to
plenty of
have-
societies that
if-
don't believe in a God.
If I
They
wanted to
believe
have
in
religious
the
talk,
universe.
time
They
out,
believe
time out.
in they believe
We're
in
done.
nature.
We're
Like
done.
I just
All right,
said,
so we're gonna have to start addressing prompts.
Human beings have called that different.
We're gonna have to start addressing prompts because we're not if we go down this path, there's no coming back. And I'm trying to bring it back.
A lot of my perspective, however, does trickle down back to the necessity of us uniting as a community, as a communal body, and recognizing the necessity of one another, including men,
But you're
for
not
our future.
okay. So wait, time out. I'm trying to get back to the topic.
Okay.
I have religious conversations. Me and Melanie have had religious conversations. We don't agree on this, and that's fine. Oh, let me move. I try not to mute mics and drop people. We can dissect, right? It's not Bible study right now. We talking about the prompts. We can dissect biblical information, historical information later, right? Or some other time, but not right now. Because we're getting focused on religion, and I'm not trying to do that right now. This is your personal belief on these 3 prompts.
But here's what's happening, right? Is that these prompts, a lot of their attachment to it is rooted in a religious ideology.
thank you.
And so when they say these things, you know, it's almost hard not to debunk some of the inaccurate things they're saying in regards to why their religious belief attaches them to these thoughts.
I'm literally doing it. I'm literally doing it. Everybody knows I'm a Christian.
Well, yeah.
I'm literally doing it.
The people who are speaking, every time they address the prompt, they attach it to something religious. And then it's not only just something religious, but it's usually something that's extremely false.
Well,
And so that's what leads to these conversations.
And so my question problematic is then how does your perspective have any other value other than a contradiction in response to that? Where are you guys finding your value and your beliefs so you can think casual schmex isn't dangerous? Why you think red pill, etc. What in it? What
They're using personal experience.
actually based in Western liberalism? This
No,
what-
it's not talking to babe.
Yes, it is.
Like sociology studies these things, right? So when I say tangible
With
evidence, I'm
Western
talking
bias.
about empirical studies that aren't based in some belief. And there's nothing
Okay.
wrong. There's nothing wrong with you having. Hold on. Let me. Y'all been talking. There's nothing wrong.
I haven't said anything. I just been letting y'all chirp.
It's not chirping. Oh my good. Oh yeah. Wait. Time out. All right, Melody, mute your mic. Melody, hold on. Wait a minute. Public. I said public. I'm thinking about public offender. Problematic. Please go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna finish up. So there's nothing wrong with the fact that whatever you believe is guiding your thoughts on this subject matter. That's not what I was saying. What I am saying is the reason that this discussion is taking that route down the religious path is because your beliefs are attached to it in a religious way. I'm saying that if I speak on the prompt, I don't have a religious attachment. I have sociological evidence that points me in a direction that has guided my thoughts on these matters, right? So when I speak on them, when I give my opinion, it's not just to be contradictory, it's based on something. That's what. So when you say, "Oh, I'm just being I'm not being contradictory just for the sake of it. My thoughts on this come from something tangible that I can point to, not something that is based in a personal belief."
The thing, and that's valid. That's valid. I would also push that those behaviors that these studies study are just thousands of different people operating in the real world with similar beliefs that may not be founded in objective reality, but might be founded based off of their own value system. So it's dismissive of people who find value in whatever that might be conservative or might be accept, but it's dismissive to say, well, because my value system is based off of sociological studies, which actually study human behavior and the belief systems that cause human behavior, then what are we saying? We're saying the same thing in different ways.
No, because the belief system doesn't change the outcome of your behavior, right? Because it doesn't matter what religion you follow. If I'm measuring your behavior, I don't give a shit what you believe in. All that matters is the outcome. Your behavioral outcome is what matters. So I don't care if you're a Christian, a Buddhist, a Muslim. It doesn't. None of that matters. The behavioral outcome. Hold on. The behavioral outcome can be measured, and that's what I'm going by. So I don't care what you believed in that caused you to behave this way. The matter of the fact is you behave this way. I can observe it and measure it and test it. And that's what I'm basing my information on.
So okay, great. So let's work there. So let's say we're observing just a behavior, right? If we observe, let's say, a genocide that happens, and the reason for that genocide is because someone believes that one group is inferior to another group, does having that belief system, does that hold any value to you? Or is it just that they unalive a group of people?
Well, now you're talking about measuring two different things, right?
No, I'm talking about we can't separate human behavior from the ways in which we
actual
believe.
Outcome, and you're talking about the motivation. Motivation is something different. I'm telling you, motivation and the outcome are two different things.
I'm asking you, do you think you can separate human behavior, especially if you're trying to study why humans behave a specific way? Can you separate a human being from their beliefs and their values?
No, but you can determine whether or not their actions are moral or not.
Problematic. I'm asking you, can you separate a human being and their behaviors that you observe from their beliefs and values?
Again, I would say it depends on exactly what you're trying to measure. And then, obviously, like I said, then motivation obviously would be a factor you would have to take into account depending on what you are exactly trying to measure. Right. So that's what I'm saying.
Every time we try to get back to topic, we strut.
So if we're talking about these sociologic topics like casual sex being dangerous or red pill leading to hatred of women, et cetera, there are observable behaviors, right? Mm-hmm. But why people are doing certain things are founded in their own personal value system.
Okay, so let me ask a question. Okay, since we're here, let me give you some examples. Angry Man has a woman in the thumbnail every day. Every day he has something to say about a woman. Wait, come out. No, his name is the Angry Man. He's a red pillar. Okay. He's a fat, bald-headed black man with a beard who ain't seen his pecker since he was 5 years old. Okay? Angry Man has a woman in the thumbnail every day talking about women. He never has any smoke for a man. He on YouTube. Anton Daniels said, I'm gonna wait till you come back because I want you to hear me. I want everybody to hear me. I want everybody to hear me because I'm about to say it. Fuck it. I'm gonna wait till her. I'm gonna wait till her goddamn. Okay, so now that you're back, right? Anton Daniels said black women are the enemy. Where did he get that from? But he's red pill though. He's red pill. He admitted that he's red pill, right? He tried to mix red pill with God. So are you telling me that there's a correlation in his belief system in the Bible, right? And his BS take that black women are the enemy?
I can answer that.
I'm asking her. Since we want to go down the rabbit hole, right? Okay, let's go there.
So what I've heard these folks talk about is the necessity for women to submit to men.
Why?
And that so because our submission is the requirement for certain households to run effectively. It reflects the relationship man has with God or Christ. It mirrors the relationship that Adam had with God. It's a way in which submission is seen as a respect to a higher authority in order for a system to work efficiently. So in these circles, they believe women should submit to men. And men should love women as much as they love themselves.
That's a lie. That is a lie.
Not a lie.
That is a lie. That is a lie. We hold on. Wait a minute. That is a lie.
The chapter is called Ephesians 5.
First of all, it's called Ephesians. It's called Ephesians 5, right? It's called Andy. It's called Ephesians 5. Wait a minute. Time. Wait, hold on. Time out.
I really want to answer you.
I know, but I have to.
Red pill men that use the Bible to just.
All I'm trying to add. Oh my Lord. I'm trying to ask a question, right? Because you're going around in circle. Why this? Why that? I'm literally asking a question. How the hell did he pull out black women are the enemy out of the Bible?
And my answer is because these men believe in a form of male leadership that requires female submission. When they look out into the world, what they see is Black women and the ways in which they behave, and the ways they have historically used the government, and this is through their perspective, the government to supplement the need for a man in the household. They can talk about the ways in which welfare was used to interrupt Black households. They say Black women are the enemy because the ways in which they've operated in Western society has dismantled male leadership in the home. And they use the Bible to validate.
Okay. So the verse that you're talking about, it says, husbands, submit to your wives as so forth that Jesus submitted to the church to where he would die for her. And then it says, women, submit to your husbands. So one, if we want to go by that verse, right? It says husbands, love your wives. These women are not wives. Telling women to get back in the kitchen is not good rhetoric. Telling women to stop being independent is not good rhetoric. A random woman does not have to submit to no man. If you want submission, and first of all, every woman is not under that belief. So I got, as a Christian that holds that, and my wife even holds it. Okay, my Black wife even holds it. That's fine. But to go to random women or to broadcast to random Black women that they are the enemy of Black men, that they need to get back in the kitchen, that they need to submit to men, not their husband, they need to submit to men, is dumb, harmful rhetoric. And it should not correlate with my God or the Bible. I, as a Black man, as a Black man, cannot ever say that Black women are the enemy. More Black women have not unalived more Black men. Now, if you want to talk about abortions, every woman doesn't believe that that's a child. So where is the grace? The same men that's claiming to be godly in red pill don't even have the grace of Jesus Christ.
There is, okay, perfect. And this is something we can agree upon. Absolutely. This is the way in which God's word has been used to manipulate and just dominate. That has been but I want you to also to consider, this is the problem of human beings in general. Whenever one group gets too much power, instead of actually empowering people, they use it to be tyrannical. So in this case, they have manipulated God's word for their own benefit. That is a problem. Christians who have a relationship with God recognize that. I'm not saying that you should submit to every man, because not every man is godly. Not every man has a relationship with Christ. So that submission is void.
That's correct.
All right, so Charleston White, my last example, then I'm done, and then we're getting on. I'll give you an extreme example, but it's a real example. Charleston White, red pill, and just a delusional person, right? Said that he'd rather to be in slavery than to see a Black woman in power. Red pill, Black. See, what do y'all be? Wait, time out. What do y'all be?
I can't believe someone had the audacity.
I don't know what I got all the smoke for red pill dudes all the time. Every single one of them. He said he'd rather be in chains. He said than to see Kamala Harris as president. That he's against any Black woman in power. Get your ass back in the kitchen and cook. That is what red pill Black men, Black specifically, since I'm a Black man, that is what Black red pill men say. There is no big focus on family. They believe you are lesser than. They tell men to stay away from you, that you are the enemy, that the black woman will use you and discard you. But these dudes don't know how to pick a decent black woman. I've been heartbroken. Goddamn, I've been cheated on before by a black woman. It didn't have to turn into fucking self-hatred, and it didn't, because I found a good black woman. But plus my preference is chocolate. I just don't give a fuck about nothing else. But that's me, right? It's called therapy and moving on. The women today didn't play in welfare. And matter of fact, let's add context to welfare. There were black men that were in cahoots with also leaving the fucking house so they could cash out on the benefit checks as well. But they don't bring that side of it. It was a mutual agreement in both the household. Why the fuck didn't the black man come back? That's what I want to know. Okay. So when they try to throw the black woman under the bus in this welfare system, that is cap. Black women.
Touch on that real quick, Shannon, because that's actually a myth, and it's a very pervasive myth. Welfare was not a system that was used for black women to force black men out of the home. First and foremost, black women were not even allowed to be on welfare. And they were not allowed to really be on welfare until the civil rights movement. So welfare was started, I think, after World War I, and it was just for white widowed women. It was not for black women. When they finally did start to let black women in the 50s and the 60s during the civil rights movement, and specifically more so after the civil rights movement, they put on a lot of sanctions because most black people still lived in the South, and they were in post-Jim Crow South where they were being forced to integrate with white folk. And so these offices were ran by white folk, and they were finding ways to try to get the black women off the welfare. Mind you, at the time, you needed to be unmarried to be on welfare. You needed to be unmarried with children to be on welfare, which means that those women were never married to begin with. That means that the black men that had the children with those black women did not marry them. Now, when it comes to the man in the house law, that law was struck down in 1968. The law was struck down in 1968, and then it was codified even more federally in the early 1980s. That is a pervasive myth that came about after Ronald Reagan pushed forward the Black Welfare Queen myth, which was also false, because by and large, the people who use welfare, numbers-wise, more than anybody else in this country, are white women. Period, point blank. So saying this pervasive myth is harmful because it never happened. It never happened. At the end of the day, those women who were on welfare needed that social assistance. Why? Because they still lived in a society where they could not even have a fucking bank account without a man. And then they had children in a home by themselves. What did you expect them to do? Not take the welfare check? Let's be fucking for real, y'all. Do yourselves a favor. When you hear these things, I just told you it was a myth. Y'all can go and fact check me, but it is literally a myth. The welfare queen thing is a myth, and black women using welfare to push men out of the home, and the government conspiring for black men to be out of the home with welfare is a myth. Now, can we talk about the other things that were going on at the same time? Systemic racism kind of pushed for black men not being in the community the way that they're supposed to? Absolutely. But can we just use systemic racism to say, oh, it was because systemic racism that the black men were not in the home? No, some culpability, and by and large, a large amount of that culpability just falls on black men that did not take care of the women and the children that they were having. Period, point blank. All systemic racism cannot account for all the black men that were not in the home that forced these women to be on welfare checks. Period, point blank. Like, y'all really need to stop putting forth this myth. It is not true. Now, we want to talk about mass incarceration? Absolutely. We want to talk about unfair drug laws? Absolutely. We want to talk about systemic racism and redlining? Absolutely. We want to talk about them taking away industrial jobs from black folks? Absolutely. All of those things. Yes, all of those things had an effect of black men not being in the home. But saying some dumb shit like black women conspired with the government to get on welfare checks and then leave the black men at the home is fucking ridiculous, ahistorical.
But to say black women are the enemy, You know how extreme of a fucking man, and then you know how many men are following that ideology, which is why I can't even say
It's
it.
terrible.
I can't even say what I want to say. If I say red pill leads to men with men, they gonna come to me. So I'm not even going, because at this point I don't know what you want. What do you want? Because you don't like women. You think they're all out of pocket. So if I say get you a man, then that's homophobic. But I don't know what else to say. Find your happiness. Find your happiness, bro. Because it seems I got dudes arguing with me on YouTube in the comments because I say get the red pill out your butt. Get the red pill out your butt, bro. Nothing about them type of people, right, is good. You've been hurt. Cool, I have too. But I am not gonna validate your bad freaking dating experiences or a woman getting you on freaking. I love when you niggas get put on child support. I honestly do. I love when you get when a woman runs off with your money and your baby. I ain't gonna lie about it. I don't feel sorry for you. Choose a better woman. The same rhetoric that y'all say to the women, choose better, I say to you. Choose better, nigga. You should have never slept with that woman. You had a baby with that woman? You knew she was like that? Choose better. I can't keep giving. I ain't gonna say that. I'm just tired of people having bad experiences and then going in an echo chamber, getting male validation of their bad experiences. Same thing with these fucking women. Same thing with some of these women. Every man you got with was trash. That is not my fault. Every bad experience, I don't have nothing to do with that. How the hell did black men get thrown in here? How did black women get thrown in there? Take your butts to therapy, go fix yourself, and move the heck on and go choose you a good woman, because hey, dating ain't that freaking hard. And some of y'all niggas lucky I'm not around y'all wife if I was a single man. I'll land my plane. I'm done. What did you want to say, Gamma? Because you've been talking. You've been trying to. Oh, problematic. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, whoever.
I just want to get back to casual sex. Fuck all this other shit. Let's get back to casual sex.
I be trying not to be mean, bro, but they be getting on my nerves. Like some of the stuff just get on my nerves. Go ahead, Gamaliah, however you say your name, bro.
No, you're good, man. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think red pill theory, just that the mindset itself is a very toxic. It's a way to demonize women. It's a way to demoralize women, to boost their ego, in a sense, to make them feel entitled, to make them think a certain way. And like me and Ann agree, and you agree, they use the Bible as an excuse to basically as a source of saying, hey, this is what this says. So, so I'm going to do what this says, right? Because it's coming from the word of God. But they're just perverting the verses. Yeah. And not really reading it into context, right? Because when in Ephesians it speaks about how husbands should love their wives, just as Christ died for the church, right? When we think about that love, right? We think about laying down our lives for our loved ones, right? Mm-hmm. We think about, okay, if my wife's life is in danger, I'll do everything to protect her. That's that kind of love that men should have for their wife.
For their wife.
Right.
Not a random woman.
Right. For their wife. Right. You and also there's even more context in I think 2 Corinthians, where it speaks about to take care of your wife as you take care of your own body. Right. Exactly. So when you think about taking care of your own body, you wash yourself, you dress yourself, yes. You do all these things.
Okay, Annie.
Can we? I'm not gonna talk about religion.
I'm trying to see if you go get to the point. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so when you think about these things, this is the way you're supposed to treat your wife. You don't demonize your woman. You don't trash your woman. You don't belittle your woman. You uplift your woman. You treat her well. Right, you do all these things, and that's why, me personally, that's why I even brought it up in the biblical context. I'm not speaking from the terms of, oh, this is what he said, this is what she said. This is from what I am reading, right? This is from what I am reading, and it's articulating that hey, I'm supposed to treat my wife this way, and I agree with it.
Okay,
I should love my wife that way.
brother.
Yes,
I'm not
I
cool.
agree.
Okay, we're not trying to go down biblical text right now. We're not doing Bible study. So I understand that. Now, what else were you about to address?
No, that was that was
was
pretty
it?
much.
Okay, cool. So
Earlier, you were saying about how these red pill guys say women should get back in the kitchen,
yes,
and and we all agree that the word of God is probably more than likely being used to manipulate in order to justify male dominance, because there are many instances in the Bible where a husband is proud of the way in which his woman works. But I think
we gotta stop. Y'all keep bringing up the Bible verses.
Okay, but the bigger point that I wish we acknowledged here is that men have actual deep. I don't want to call it hatred, because I don't think it's hatred. I think it's when you're so disheartened and disappointed by someone that you don't even know how to make sense of it. Earlier today, I talked about red pill
misogyny.
Disappointed in who?
experiencing.
She's talking about misogyny, babe. You're talking about misogyny. Cool.
I really wish you would stop doing that. And not only is it disrespectful, because you said we need to dismantle the patriarchy, but every single time a woman on this panel who doesn't agree with you, but is just as much as a woman, you silence her with your interruptions and your name calling. And it's
First of all, Shannon, let's keep it a stack. I interrupt everybody. I don't interrupt just women.
You need to.
And there's only one woman on this panel outside of myself, and she just happens to be in opposition. Let's keep it a stack. And Problematic knows me. I curse out everybody. I haven't even really cursed you out. Let's keep it a stack. Let's keep it a stack. So don't try to pull that whole, you're supposed to be a feminist, disrupt the patriarchy, and I'll be a sexist.
Wait, so
When you're literally
wait.
describing misogyny, you don't want to call it
Let's
misogyny.
let her finish her point. Let's let her finish her point.
People doesn't know.
And don't call police me, Gamma. Don't talk police me, because you can get it too.
Hold on.
At the end of the day, she's describing misogyny, and she doesn't want to call it misogyny.
This is
She's
ridiculous.
describing misogyny.
This is childish.
Okay, so
Shannon?
wait. So hold on. Go ahead and finish your sentence. There won't be no more interruption.
Okay, cool. Regardless of what she wants to label it, at the end of the day, men really do want companionship with women. I truly believe that is true. I truly believe men are pushed from childhood to be quote unquote men who the community and your woman can rely on, et cetera, et cetera. They're really pushed to be these characters where you have to grow into a human being that's almost supernatural, because one day your wife's going to depend on you. One day, no one's here to save you, sir. So you need to figure it out. And I think men absolutely want to have an equal partner. I don't think they want to see women as just sexual objects that they have to dominate. They want to be with someone who anticipates his needs.
Wait, Melanie, hold on.
As much as he's going to anticipate her. And so what we're seeing right now is, I think, a brokenheartedness, this anger, this frustration, just like we're experiencing here on this panel. It's not necessarily that they want domination. I think it's a result of a disenfranchisement of not having access to their companions, and they blame. At the end of the day, they blame liberalism.
So wait a minute. So time out. So let me go ahead.
So what it sounds like, though, and maybe I'm wrong, and if I am, you can correct me. But what you sound like you're describing is men who've become disenfranchised with the system of patriarchy, right? They're upset that they have to pay. They're upset that they have to do all of these things, provide for women. They have to do all of these things that seem unfair, that women get to coast through life. And they're supposed to do all of these things unfairly. Yet that's the system of patriarchy that they want to uphold simultaneously while also being upset at it. Like, that's what I'm hearing.
No, what I'm hearing is patriarchy, yes, absolutely, and unfairly puts men in some positions. But I do think at a core level, men enjoy being responsible for the people they love. I think men have no problem paying for women or protecting women. I think there is a joy in providing that provision for men. What I'm saying is, all of that training that they did in order to be considered men of value and good men is now considered bad, controlling, and on top of it, the women in which they want to be in partnership with because of liberal values do not even see them as worthy of companionship. That it's not that they don't want it.
Ma'am, let me wait. Time out. I gotta say something. Wait. I gotta say something. The men of today.
Modern
I get it. They didn't create patriarchy, but men made those rules.
Correct.
You can't establish yourself as leader, provider, protector,
Correct.
and then be mad at the rules that you
They're not mad
established.
at them.
That's
No,
they
you're
are mad at the rules, and I'm explaining. Black men specifically say we are leaders, providers, protectors. I'm just using us because I'm talking about us, right?
Yes.
But then get mad when it's time to provide, lead, or protect.
No,
Yes,
that's
they
what
do.
you're no,
When it
they
comes
don't
to
get
provide, you're
mad.
mad at dates. You establish
They're
that you
mad
take.
that the women will not
you-
just shut the fuck up
Yeah,
and obey.
they literally say, shut up, fix me a sandwich. And I don't know who you're listening to, but I can show you this now. Now, Tom, now give me a second. They do try to uphold the patriarchy by the simple rhetoric that comes out their mouth, but then they're mad at a system that was created by men, which a woman can get you for your finances or get primary custody of the kids. And only 10% of men are fighting for their kids. 90% don't even go to the courthouse. But we can look up those numbers because I did read that. But the 10% of men, the 10% of men who actually fight for their child usually win custody of their child. Now, should you have to fight for your child to begin with? We could talk about that. But again, when it comes to the setup, men made it that way. That's what men did. White men, Asian men, whatever men, white men made it to where you are the leader, you are the provider, protector. You made it to where you made chivalry. Hey, open doors. Hey, be nice. Hey, treat them like you did that. You cannot complain. And then also with that, women didn't have rights. We got mad at, well, not me, but we as men got mad at women and said, now y'all fought for rights, y'all out the house, y'all fucked up the economy. You caused inflation.
Liberal points that I think she was referring to. If I'm not, that's where I'm trying to get to. When you said, "Well, liberalism is fucking it up because now women are acting," and I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?"
Like, I don't know what you mean.
Okay, so again, there was a time where, yes, you're right. All of these rules in place were actually founded in Christian values in this country, where it was that expectation of men, right? And it was because you united with your wife and you became one household, and they codified it. Now we're in a place where we can liberalism has allowed people to walk away from religion and walk away from their God-given duties or whatever, the things in which patriarchy was founded in. Most liberals are Christian. Liberalism has allowed the women to enter the workforce, so now they have to make decisions whether childbearing is going to be part of their future or not, or they're putting off childbearing. Liberalism has allowed women to out-earn men in certain aspects, and so all of these things. When I say
Andy, hold on, give me 5 seconds. And then you can continue. I'm gonna step away. Problematic, hold it down. Let me show you something.
Okay.
Candor Spot in my YouTube panel literally said this. I'm assuming it's a man. The dude said women always had rights. Not only that, watch this. He said it's bizarre to think that women were abused in the past. I'll land my plane. Go ahead.
Again,
so what you're saying, hold on, because everything you're saying sounds like it's okay when women don't have these rights. You're blaming liberalism for the fact that women are able to earn more, for the fact that women are able to be in the workforce, for the fact that women are basically now humans, right? They have all the same autonomy that men have always had, and you're blaming that on the reason that men are upset and feel like they're disenfranchised because patriarchy no longer works the way they thought it should work.
Problematic. I come from Ghana, and my parents and my grandmother, my great grandmother, all of these women were incredibly educated women. My mother is a nurse. Her mother went to Cambridge. However, in Ashanti culture, there is an understanding between the balance between men and women. Actually, women are the ones who own property. I tell you this to say, there is no way in our tribe that anyone outside of us could come tell us or supplement our God-given responsibilities to our tribe first for their own benefit. That is slavery. So when I talk about the ways in which women were valued and the ways in which women were appreciated, even from my culture, what I'm trying to tell you is there is a certain level of pride and ownership that you have when you make your family first. And when you value your women, you educate your women, you empower your women. When you tell those women now that they no longer can survive economically based off of the tribe, but now they have to leave the tribe in order to survive, that is an issue. It provides a destruction of the tribe. You cannot do two things at once. So when I hear men, there are some men who are probably, crazy. We wouldn't say though that they're not speaking to a real silent majority of men who want to unite in partnership with their women. And women are using all of the things that they've gained from liberalism not to bring it back to the tribe and empower the tribe, but to actually focus selfishly on what they want at the expense of men. This is how they see it.
Can you give me an example of that though? Like, that's what I'm trying to get. Can you give me an example of that?
For example, right? This is a personal example. Is that okay?
That's fine.
If you think it applies to what we're talking about, because we're specifically talking about the disenfranchisement of red pillars because of the liberalism that women are running around with, right? That's what we're talking about?
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, if it's a personal example that you think applies to that, then by all means.
There are women I know personally who, because they have access to abortions and because they have access to birth control, they don't take the, how do I say this, proper measures when it comes to the men they entertain and sleep with. Instead of focusing on a future where they're marriage minded and marriage focused, they actually don't care whether or not the men that they sleep with are actually fit fathers. So a lot of women that I have known have absolutely used liberalism as in sexual liberation primarily. They've used that as a reason to sleep with whoever they want. A lot of these women have unwanted pregnancies. They have abortions often. A lot of women have become mothers with men that they were just having casual sex with, and they're tied to them forever, and they're not even men that they really like. But because they can afford to take care of themselves, then they'll keep the child. But it's not a situation that they really want from themselves. That is different than actually having a child with a man that you honor and respect and actually do want to unite with.
Okay, so then what I'm hearing is that because they're not forced to be with men that they would not otherwise actually want to be with, the men are upset. That's what I heard. Am I wrong?
A little bit, yeah. You're a little off base. Problematic.
A little
And,
bit.
I'm just gonna.
Because what you're saying is that because they have access to, I can't say those words, the shmortion or whatever, because they have access
Fuck
to
TikTok,
these,
abortion.
right? Because they have access to have this freedom to move about. Men that would otherwise not be picked are now upset. That's what I'm hearing. They're upset because they're like, well, why am I not getting picked? Well, because she gets to choose shitty men and I'm not among the choices. That's what I'm hearing.
No. They're upset because they did all of the parts that they had to do to be considered men, right? And on top of it,
and still weren't considered men. But that's what I'm saying, right? They're following the blueprint. Hold on, but that's what I'm saying. Let me get this out because I'm hearing you.
Let me lay on this point. They actually didn't get to the pool of women that are available to them are not women they would want to have as wives. These are women who prioritize themselves over everyone else, which is something that is non-traditional. If you're going to be with a woman who is equally, quote unquote, your equal, you want someone who's going to sacrifice and put forth the mission.
Then they should probably stop trying to date those women, right?
Yeah,
the majority of modern women think that.
The majority.
Wait, time out. That's not the majority.
I think majority of modern women prioritize their self-interest over anyone else. Yes.
But no. Wait, time out. Do you think the majority? Do you think the majority of women are modern?
Let me say this.
Do you think
even if that's the case?
Western society.
Wait. Hold on, wait. Even if that's the case, let's just suppose. Hold on, wait. Hold on. You said you were gonna land your plane. So what I'm saying is, let's suppose it is 100% of women who believe, think, and act like this. Then guess what? It's a bunch of dry dick dudes out there. Sorry for you. If you ain't getting picked, what am I supposed to tell you? Like, why am I supposed to feel sorry? Why should anybody feel sorry for the men who ain't getting chosen by these women who want to move around?
Because it's disingenuous, right? It's disingenuous. This is how they see it. How can women who have access, who are the gatekeepers of schmecks, they say, how can they say they want men who do X, Y, and Z to be providers, to be protectors, to be provisioners, who are willing to do all of this, and yet they're not reciprocating by also honoring what men's expectations of women are? And then they expect commitment.
Hold on. Don't be with that type of. Listen. It's easy. Wait. Time out. Because I don't want to mute nobody. It's easy to avoid.
This doesn't make any sense to me. Real quick. This does not make any sense to me. The women who are sexually liberated are the modern women, right? So those are not even the women that these men want. So what are they arguing about? You're making an argument that doesn't make any sense to me.
They have a small pool of women to choose from. They're upset because they only have 20% of women to choose from instead of 100% of women.
Exactly. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Traditional ideals, and there are plenty of traditional women still in Western society. They're literally in my family, bro. I fight them every day. Like, what are y'all talking about?
I just find it fun.
This is what the issue is. This is what the issue is. The women that these men want are modern women, and because they don't have the power to dominate modern women, they are upset. They are not getting the woman that they want. They want the women who are liberated, because those women also are the ones who society loves over. At the end of the day, that's why they are mad, because there are plenty of women that are traditional, and maybe they actually don't have what these men want. They want the women who are on OF. They want the women who are on Pornhub. They want those women.
Right, that's the thing. Is they're calling these women. Hold on, that's the thing. They're calling these women 304s, but still can't seem to get laid. I'm like, how does that work? If she's fucking everybody, why is she fucking you?
I'm so bro. That is crazy.
Just like women can have schmecks without having the responsibility of being mothers and wives, men can also covet after women's bodies without actually wanting to be committed and responsible for them. So yeah,
so
men can look at women who are literally using themselves as product to get money from men as schmech objects, and then want to pay for that, and then not want to have her be the mother of his first son and child and daughter.
All right, so time out. Wait. We got two other people up here. Charmaine was first, and then Vanity. Charmaine, please go ahead. But hey, listen, no ad hominem attacks, no fussing, no crazy.
Use these women. Just like women are using men.
Excuse me, Miss Ann. He did say my name. So can you please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anyway, what you said, Shannon?
All I said was we're trying to keep this very civil. Different perspectives up here. No ad hominem attack. Is that me? Gamma, please mute your mic, fam. Lord in heaven. Charmaine, you don't have to unmute.
So basically from the thank you everyone. How's everybody doing? Mel, my sister, what's up? Rapunzel, what's up? Public, what's up? I mean problematic, what's up? I got public in the head. Shannon, you know I love you. So basically, what's kind of wild and odd to me is that we are having these conversations about casual smacks, and everybody's like derailing the conversation. So to be a little more level-headed at this point, I'm going to keep back on topic, because as the host has literally said, he wants us to stick to the topic and not derail the conversation, which has been done repeatedly over and over again. And it seems like a lot of people fail to realize that and fail to understand any comprehension or understanding. So again, here it is. You said in your prompt that casual smacks can be dangerous, and here is why. Thoughts. Okay, so yeah, casual sex can be dangerous in two different levels. One, if it's a person who is not responsible when it comes down to contraception or any kind of safe sex practices, it can be. That's number one. Number two, it also can be problematic when we have a bunch of lying people, which is such more as dudes who don't know how to tell the truth about their own practices and love to sit here and make up stupid shit, just like red pill. So again, I just wanted to keep that up there and be a level head and say that when it comes down to these kind of conversations, it is keep in mind when somebody is telling you to keep on track, it's called keep on track. Go ahead, sis, did anybody else want to say something? Because I can stop right here for a minute.
Vanity, you were next. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you know, Vanity nice. She might let you speak, so I don't know.
Yeah. Shemaine, I said earlier, right, that I wish you would have reframed that question.
Yeah.
Because I don't think casual sex can be dangerous. I think that irresponsible casual sex can be dangerous. That's what I said. I thought he should have reframed that as, because if you take all the steps in order to mitigate your risk, then if casual sex is not any like there's no difference between casual sex and having monogamous sex with someone who could possibly cheat on you, right? Then the risks are more level if you are
it's level different. You're right.
To be ethical and to be responsible to protect yourself for protection and birth control and so on and so forth. That's why.
No, I get you on that one, and that part I also agree. But like I said, but I still, you know me, I stand 10 toes down to what I said. You already know me.
I could we already addressed that. I could have reframed it. But I was typing. I didn't think about the wording, but we've got that understood. Vanity.
Girl, what the fuck is this?
Oh shit.
Three different topics.
What the fuck is this?
A different type of room.
The girls up here hollering about fucking. What is going on? And girl, whoever got that box fan, bitch, that is
Dog, Vanity, come on, man.
that is nasty, baby. I know it's hot outside, but girl, turn on the central air, baby. You can afford it. It's all right.
Come on, bro.
What's going on? Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. Because Miss Ann seems to be the opposition here. So what's going on, Miss Ann? What's your play? I want to hear from her. Come here.
Fine.
So what has been your argument in this? Because I think you're the opposition in the room. So what's going on?
While there are groups of men who, derail the movement, I still think the bigger point that we need to pay attention to is that casual schmecks being putting women at risk, or even here. Actually, let me just bring this to a quick little thing. In order for society to evolve and to move forward and to grow, us as a unit, as a group, I think men and women need one another. And in order for us to come together within our communities, I think it starts first and foremost at home, and taking ownership of what happens at home. And unfortunately, a lot of men have been, they either have left the market, right, the dating market, because they don't think that their interests are being honored in any way. So they don't think that the women that they have available to them are actually women that they can marry. And then the women of today have separated biology from their identities as women. And so a lot of women prioritize their own interest over anyone else. And you see that, you see a lot of promiscuous casual sex that happens, or schmecks that happens in today's time, is due to a lack of connection, a lack of attachment, a lack of caring for what the other gender really needs. And so now we're all in just this kerfuffle of broken homes. We're in this space of where men only see women as schmeck objects because that's the only way they can have access to femininity. They're not willing to invest in those women, but they're definitely invested in having access to their bodies. And in a similar vein, women aren't interested in meeting men's deep emotional desires to be connected to them, but they'll take their money. And so there's an imbalance between both of us that is actually creating divisiveness, and it's playing out in our communities. You see a high STIs are on a rise again because hookup culture is normalized, because there isn't really, yes, you can take all the precautions you want, but if you're living in a Western world where schmex is easily available online, there's a culture of just being super promiscuous with your body in general. There's a lack of schmeckful discipline. You can still get married to someone and they can cheat on you and bring back something, right? There's a cultural, societal breakdown, and men, when it comes to red pill leading to a hatred of women, I don't think it's actual hatred. I think it's a delusion. It's an upset that they have done what has economically been required of them, and they haven't met women who are equally valuable to them in terms of being wise, right? Like being women who are willing to honor the fact that he leads in a household, and et cetera, right? So that is my bigger point.
Well, girl, I took my wig off already. Girl, y'all got this tonight, baby. This is the problem. Come on. Come here.
Like I've already called it. Like,
Wait. I said no.
I done took my wig off for the night.
I said no ad hominem attack. We are going.
I'm gonna say it like this, because I'm gonna go ahead and tap on a couple of things, because I've heard biology and identity. I've heard equally yoked. Women not wanting to be wives. It starts in the home. Like, I've heard those points, and then I think about those women that were getting their asses beat in the home. You know, biology and identity. You know what? Actually, I want to start right there. Elaborate on that for me.
real quick, can I respond to the last thing she said?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
She finished up with this thing about men have, done their part economically and women aren't doing X, Y, Z. And like, that's the point, right? Is that, yes, it used to simply require that a man paid bills and women did X, Y, and Z because they were able to hold that financial power over their heads. And now what's happened, because of liberalism, I guess, is what she's blaming for, equal pay and weird shit like that, is that men are no longer required to just pay bills. They have to actually be good people. Like, women have had the audacity to expect men to be good people. They're like, hey, cool, you got money, but can you be a likable fucking human, right? Can you split household duties with me, because I also have money to pay bills? So can you help me with the labor around the house? Can you help me with other duties besides just paying half the bills, right? So that's what's happened, is that women are asking men, step up, be better humans, because things are changing. You're no longer only required to pay bills. This isn't the 1930s anymore. And men are like, what? I gotta fucking be a good human? I have to be emotionally fucking intelligent? I have to go on to therapy?
Hold on.
It's like, that's what they're upset about. Like, you keep saying, oh, men are upset. I'm like, but what they're upset at, I keep pointing to you, it's not for them to be, the fact that they're upset about that is ridiculous. It's like, if that's what upsets you, either be alone or move around to a woman who wants that, because clearly these women don't. Fucking leave them alone then. Like, step off. Like, it's that easy.
Wait, time out. Who the hell was next?
But
who was
she
next?
She asked me if I could elaborate on that, and he said, let me expunge on her last point first.
Fair point. Go ahead.
Okay, because Problem wanted to get that out, so I'll let him get that out.
Yeah,
that was important too. But what I want you to elaborate on is the biology and identity. Because where are we going with that? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna respond to problematic really quickly. There are a lot of good men that I know who have done the work. They may not be, large earners, but they're still men of value.
Okay, let's not make this anecdotal now.
I just want to point that out, that those are the men who are frustrated.
Okay, those are the men you know. We don't know them, so let's not make this anecdotal. Let's keep it general.
Thank you, sis.
Okay, so you want me to address the reality
and identity. That's what I want you to tap on.
biology and identity.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
The identity of what it means to be a woman comes down to being an adult female who's human. That is what I mean by biology. What it means to be a man comes down to being an adult male who is human.
Mm.
The ways in which our species has survived has been, how have I been able to court the other in order for us to come together, unite, and reproduce our species? So in some groups, it made sense to have a king, for example, who had access to many wives. And in other groups, we created marriage and monogamy. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what it came down to, because the imperative has always been, how do you and I come together and recreate ourselves? So when I talk about biology, what I'm talking about the ways in which my femaleness and your femaleness and our womanhood has absolutely determined, or at least historically determined, our experiences within the group. I think because of the schmexual reproductive liberation movement, now your biology doesn't really matter. You can call yourself a woman and have no biological experience that would be female or any of that, and likewise. And when we started moving away from actual reality and the ways in which our society has organized so human beings could reproduce, and now we're in this world where your biology doesn't matter, so now women can have schmex just as much as men, and it's not going to impact them when it does. And men get to choose men can choose and look at women as just schmexual objects, when we know men are a bit codependent. They actually really do want companionship. I think we're moving away. This is what I mean by identity. We all of us have value, and we can't move forward without one another. And it's not just a social thing. It's not a cultural thing. Even biology says that we are a sexually dimorphic species for a reason. That's what I mean.
Okay. All right. Bitch, I might have to put my wig back on. Let me,
Can I just jump in real quick?
Melanie, because I'm gonna have to put my wig on for this one. Yeah, let me get out.
I want to jump in right after Mel.
So, foremost, biology may to a certain degree inform identity, but identity is not biology. That's first and foremost. How you identify and the expected behaviors of how you identify is literally constructed by the society that you live in, and it has grown and evolved. And it's different throughout all society. It has been different throughout all space and fucking time. That's first and foremost. Many of us on this panel who are looking at you with 5 eyes is because we are more than our biology, and that's what the liberation, the liberal movement is fighting for. To see women outside of more than just our biologies, to see human beings more than just our biologies. We are evolved creatures with high levels of intellect. So no, our biology is not our identity. Reproduction is not our identity. I think it's very odd when I hear Black women, and maybe because you're an African Black woman, that you don't have any attachment to the legacy of slavery here in the Western Hemisphere. But here in the Western Hemisphere, Black women were only used as reproductive tools, selectively breeded with whoever they wanted to, and stayed so that they can be the selective breeding for the exploited class here in the United States of America. So then when you reduce the identity of womanhood to reproduction, it's such a slap in the face to Black women in Western society who are the descendants of enslaved women who were raped because all they were seen as were tools for reproduction.
it is so nonsensical for you to make that type of argument when we are literally evolved way past these like primordial beings that just seek to survive by reproducing. We are way beyond that type of evolution.
Despite
Wait, y'all gotta let people finish their damn sentence.
Hold on a second. Now, you didn't go down that pipeline, but sometimes when you make these types of arguments, it seems as if you're arguing for the freedoms in which people have fought for to exist the way that they desire in society. And that includes all people. It sounded like you were about to go down the trans argument. I'm not going to go there because I will literally curse somebody out over it. But you can identify how you want. You can exist how you want. And guess what? You can still reproduce in whatever way you want to exist. And you can also choose to not reproduce. And guess what? You still have that inherent value that you spoke of because you are just a human being that is existing in society. A lot of your arguments, Annie, are, again, appeal to nature, appeal to nature fallacies, rooted completely in eugenics, fucking racism, sexism, and like white Christian rhetoric. It's wild that you don't recognize this. All right,
here's
that
why.
land.
Okay, hold on. And Melanie, here's what I want you to consider. While yes, Black women were structurally excluded in SA in this country, those women still were considered mothers and valued and loved by their husbands. During the civil
because somebody's
let me land for a second.
I look like this because somebody loves
I will mute. I am not like I'm.
Let me land for a second.
Listen, hell no, wait.
The ways in which Black American people
Time out. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Stop unmuting your goddamn mic.
Oh, this.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, YouTube. I'm so sorry, TikTok. I don't try to get mad like that.
Oh, this is
Lord in heaven. And what did you say?
This is gonna get nasty.
What did you say? I don't want you to explain what you said. I want you to say what you said.
Black American women who were slaves in this country were still considered valuable people by their men during slavery. Black American people during slavery still would hide and try to get married.
But I heard raped. You said they were raped and loved.
I said despite the fact that Black American women were raped by masters, by their own men, they were still considered valuable women. Yeah. They were considered still women who were their wives, who they wanted to marry. They would hide and marry the women that they loved. So even at the inception of this country, when Black people were being affronted with gross oppression, Black men still saw their value in protecting and loving and honoring their women in that time. We saw it during segregation when they were married. We saw it after the Civil War. We saw, despite the fact that there was large oppression, everything that you said that happened, yes, is true. But there was inherent belief in the value of the Black family unit, Black men, Black women resisting against this violence. So to me, I think it's actually dismissive of the ways in which Black people have absolutely fought for ownership in this country, despite the liberalism of their time, despite the people who try to dehumanize it.
I thought she said. Wait. Time out. I thought she said something else. I thought she said something else.
And you're not even Black, like you said. So
no,
you just said that you were. I said Black American, baby. Do you got eyes?
Mel, time out. Don't say nothing. Mel, just mute. Mel, please mute. Mute. So wait, I have a strong feeling that this is going to become a diaspora war. So
No, it's not.
It really is, because it's like,
I'm not gonna. No. That's not what this is.
no,
This
this
is
is what this is gonna become.
How would you see it that way when I'm telling you Black American women and Black American men built this country, still saw each other as human and important and critical to their own survival? How is it?
You're saying,
In response to me talking about Black women being defined as reproductive tools.
My response was, between Black men and Black women, they didn't see each other as that. I'm saying that Black men,
Let me correct you.
Black men
And I'm
still
correct you real quick.
okay.
Were there
Loving Black Americans.
loving relationships between Black men and Black women in and during slavery throughout the entire Western Hemisphere? Because I said I was Puerto Rican and Dominican, which
Not
means
Black American, to be clear.
again, which means I'm still Black, right?
Not Black American.
Descendant of slaves.
I'm a Ghanaian, right? So I'm actually the really.
so
the Black American people here have more relation to me
and
Baby girl, the Black Americans here have relation to me because we have the same experience. We
American people here came from my country.
and they came. The Black Puerto Ricans also came from your country. You asshole.
Okay, so then please respect.
hold on, now I got this.
Respect
No,
it.
hold on, I got this. No, please me for me, I got this.
Hold on. Let me just. I'm telling you to me. She's starting to piss me off, but
I know,
I'm
but
trying to calm down, and I just want to get my point out, right?
Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory.
Baby girl, Puerto Rico was a colony of Spain, and Puerto Rico had slavery. Puerto Rico had slavery for 100 and some odd years before it ever touched U.S. soil. Before the British landed at Plymouth Rock, there was already slavery in Puerto Rico for 150 years. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the ways in which Black people, despite oppression, still saw value in one another. So
Black people don't exist in Puerto Rico?
in time,
Dominican Republic was literally the first place where
Black
enslaved
people view themselves
Africans
as valuable and human more than
All right. I'm trying my hardest. I'm trying my hardest not to press the drop off, because it seems like we need a mass. It seems like we need a mass reset.
Hold on.
Like I'm really trying to. Yeah, I'm really trying not to press this button.
Just hold on.
Try not to press this button, because I'm really about to press the button.
Just hold on. All right, Big Mama's in the room. All right, I done put my wig on, girl. I done took my muumuu off. All right, we're gonna let the girls go. It's a one-on-one. It's a one-on-one. So right now, it's gonna be Melanie and Ann. This is a one-on-one.
There's other people on the panel. Like, we can't just keep having it back. Y'all two been going at it all, pretty much every single time. If we can't come to a common.
I'm just saying they gotta get this out, because no shade, Miss Thing has said some things, and I gotta let my girl swing. So she swung on her. I gotta let her swing back. That's all. Rapunzel, because I had a couple of things I wanted to see myself.
I'm gonna make this super quick. I promise you guys. I'm gonna make this super quick. Now, one, I think, and I'm not trying to make this a diaspora war, but I find that a lot of Africans from the mainland don't necessarily understand the experience of Black people in the Western Hemisphere and how our experience is interconnected. I am Puerto Rican and Dominican, which means that I'm a descendant of enslaved people in the Western Hemisphere. And in fact, the enslavers that enslaved my peoples and also had a genocide against the indigenous people of my land before they ever went over to the contiguous United States. And then there was an intracontinental slave trade. So yes, I still have descendants in Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic that have relation to Black Americans because of that intracontinental slave trade. So while maybe you're the real people and we all came from that land that was not even called Ghana back then, let's keep it a stack, right? Guess what? We all endured the legacy of slavery, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and Black Americans, on top of the Puerto Rican and Black American unity that happened because of things that happened specifically in the East Coast, in New York, since literally emancipation. Puerto Ricans have been connected with Black Americans since emancipation. So saying some wild shit like that is crazy. I could tell that you just don't know your fucking history. That's first and foremost. Second of all, and I'll make this quick, and the reason why most of the panel, and even Shannon, was upset at what you said is because We were talking about defining womanhood by biology and how disrespectful it is that a Black woman would say that to other Black women. When Black women from the Western Hemisphere, who, yes, even Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, were used as reproductive tools. And that's the only reason they started to import enslaved female slaves from West Africa, because originally it was only male slaves that they were importing. And then they started importing women so that they could be used as reproductive tools for a working class in Dominican Republic, in Puerto Rico, and in the contiguous United States. We share that legacy. You in Ghana do not share that legacy. That is the point. So that's why it's disrespectful when then to my reply, when I say don't define us by our reproductive organs or our biology, because that's how we were used and abused, mistreated, oppressed, and marginalized. Your response is, oh, but you were loved by your own men. When we were not even allowed to choose the men that we were married, which was why we had to marry them in secret. And many of the men were forced to grape us as well in public. And then on top of that, after many hundred years, many of our own men took on that same desire for power and domination from white men, and they also abused and raped us because they internalized that same violence that white men did to them and to us. So now the legacy of that violence, because we were only seen as reproductive tools, is being reiterated to us by our own men, and then we're seeing the legacy of that in red pill Black men. And that's where I'm coming back to this conversation, which is why red pill Black men are so fucking problematic, because they're basically just a reiteration of white men during slavery, now in blackface.
All right, hold on, y'all. And Annie, save your point. I don't know who got that scratch, but like,
child, like I said, somebody box fan is a girl going up.
Vanity, watch it be you. Hold on. Y'all give me one second. Everybody mute their mic for just give me 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Takaru, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Shannon? Can you hear me? Hello? Am I going through on this? Hold up. I don't hear you guys talking, so I'll assume I'm going through. Just wave if you can hear me so I can make my point. Real fast. Okay, no one can hear me. Hold up. Hold up. Check the comments real quick.
Bro, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I can hear you.
Yeah, no. Okay, so I'm gonna make my point. I think that we're kind of talking past each other and we're dealing with topics that are a little weird. Okay, so the thing that the lady just said, the Puerto Rican lady, okay, you're gonna talk about slavery and hundreds of years ago, but the problem with that is we have knowledge of that, right? Knowledge of what she views as wrong, and yet it's still going on.
Wait, hold on, brother. Are you Black?
Yeah, I'm Black, man.
I'm just making sure. Go ahead. I'm just making sure.
Yeah. Okay, so we have knowledge of what happened, and people are still choosing to do what they want to do because, of course, it's choice, right? She acts like Black men are incapable of violence or cruelty or malevolence in and of themselves. Like we didn't have this in African societies. This isn't exclusive to white men. It's just a thing in humanity, in my opinion. I guess Annie would share that view to a certain degree.
Yeah.
I also want to say that casual sex correlates with certain negative outcomes, but it doesn't necessarily cause them, in my opinion. Like we could have a culture that's really hedonistic, but that values the body or protects its citizens. You know, that's my take so far. I'll add in whenever, there's room to. You guys let me know.
You can stay up for a second. I'll keep you up. I'll just mute your mic for a minute and then just put a 1 in a. I'll keep you rotated in, brother. Go ahead.
All right, I got you.
What the fuck is going on? Go ahead. All right, go ahead, Annie. Swing. Go ahead.
So, also, guys, my name is Anne. So, just like Puerto Rican people had their own liberation experience, Ghanaian people also had their own liberation experience. All Black people fought for liberation within their own spaces. And in the ways in which Black American people did it was extremely unique. So for you to come here and say, well, because we were just seen as reproductive mules by our oppressors, yes, absolutely. That is the Black experience. And despite that, Black men of their time still saw value in their women, just like Black men of their time still were abusive to women. It is inherent in people, characters of people. It's not inherent of race. It's inherent of people who abuse power. You see it in Christianity and you see it in the liberal movement.
Everybody's responsible for their own actions.
Yes, I am not going to sit here and hear you tell me that because a woman was considered a slave, that her man didn't see her as his woman and worth protecting. That is crazy.
Okay,
Black
so
American people in the way, hold on. Black American people and the way Black American people as a people, as a unit, the way they have resisted against violence in their own country cannot just be broken down to, well, we were considered reproductive mules, so we have to define ourselves based off of that. That's crazy work. A Black woman still had her own value despite the fact that she was a slave. That's why her Black man wanted to marry her. So let me tell you something, because this is getting to a point where I can't even I can't with you. Because you keep throwing these liberalized Western ideas of oppression without recognizing that if it wasn't for the forefathers of the Black American forefathers of this country, we all wouldn't be here. They continue to resist. They continue to have families. They continue to find value in God. And they said, despite the fact that these white oppressors are using us, that's not going to be the future of my children's children. And we have lost that. So stop this. Honestly, I'm actually getting really upset with you. I've listened to you all night. I've tried to be respectful, but you keep reducing my ideas to your Western oppression Olympics that they try to project on Black people. Black people are not oppressed like you say they are. They have resisted. They are owners of America. Just like white American people, they are just as much contributors to the society, despite the labels that oppressors have put onto them.
Rapunzel, can I please speak? Go.
Yeah, this whole time I thought Black people was oppressed. I'm glad you told us we ain't.
Problem. All right, Shemaine, go ahead. Swing. Okay, so the fact that number one, what I found, Annie, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this with the utmost respect possible, because I know I could swing I could swing hard. The fact that you sat here and told my Puerto Rican sister, and this is coming from a Puerto Rican American who is born in America, whose ancestors are also from slavery in America. You had the audacity and the gall, negated gall at that, to really think that you could sit here and tell someone from the same historical landmine that she comes from that slavery, that women were valued as slaves. My entire man, and I have not interrupted you the whole time.
Wait. Time out. Wait, hold on, Shemaine. Hold on. Wait a minute. Because I don't want nobody saying that somebody spoke out of terms. I don't know. I'm trying to keep.
Wait, just let my girl finish. Let the girl finish. Everybody get their line.
You have no self-control, beloved, because I have not disrespected you not once yet. I have it. And, it's sad right now. You got on Melanie for disrespecting you, but you're doing the same thing and doing the same.
And you will clarify. You will clarify your statement. I swear, you will clarify your statement. I promise. Just mute your mic for a second. Let your man get off the chest. Let's get it. Let's rock.
Thank you, Shannon. Anyway, like I was saying, the fact that you had the audacity and the negated gall to sit here and say that the women in America who were slaves were also being valued is not only asinine, it is also wild. Because as a person whose family members are all descendants from slaves in America, whose family members
all came from the Southern slaves at that, from the Underground Railroad, which I have proven more than once. Let me explain something to you. They were not valued like you think they were valued. They were very much so. They were very much so degraded, dehumanized, and they were experimented on. They were. And it is sad that you had the audacity to sit here and try to bring that up like you know personally, like you've spoken to these ancestors when you didn't. That is not only unfair to me, that is also biased. It is beyond me, and I did not understand any of it whatsoever. Because let me explain also something to you. These women were experimented on. They were experimented on for scientific, for gynecology. That's what you fail to realize. That's not being valued, beloved. That's by who? Again, by the same oppressors, though. By the same oppressors. The black men were conducting experiments on the black men had no. The black men had no choice but to be involved in that, and they were by the same thing. And even if they didn't, they still. Black men weren't also. Madam, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to cut me off to prove a point, and that's not going to happen. And that is bad. You have no self-control. It's like talking to a brick wall that just don't know when to stop. And it is bad. Like, if you really want to do all this back and forth debating, you can just talk to yourself. It's bad enough, Shannon. This is the host live, and the host has to cut you off. I apologize. And you know, baby, you still don't know. You still have no self-control. I cannot talk to a person like this, Shannon. This is not good. Okay. If this is what she wants to do, we could all just leave and let her do it to herself.
I'm trying to let y'all handle it because I got one more guest on YouTube.
I'm trying to because I haven't started cussing yet. I haven't started cussing. Lord knows I didn't try. I'm listening. I'm soaking.
Please try not
and baby, what I'm hearing, I knew I would have been with this kitchen up, but I'm letting my girls, get their ones in because we do got the opposition. So Shemaine, sister, if you got a couple more sentiments, go ahead and get them out.
I can't, sis, I love you, but I can't when a person wants to sit here and overtalk people. I'm good.
Wait, time out. We gonna do a reset. I do have another guest on YouTube. I'm trying to let y'all finish it. So I'm trying. Who? Gam, bro. You've been sick.
Problem had an interjection.
I'm trying to let y'all handle it.
Yeah, bro.
Who?
Yeah, you called me?
Yeah, because you've been sitting here, but you ain't really been talking.
Yeah, I want to be respectful and not overtalk people. So I just want, but I do want to add something.
Go ahead.
So I'm Puerto Rican too. Born and raised in America, and I think what Ann is trying to say is not from the perspective of the white man, but from the perspective of her husband, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the perspective that she's deriving from. She's not saying that that the worth of a black woman
devalued
by the white man. She's saying that it was valued by the black man, the husband, even despite the circumstance, because the husband was still cherishing that woman. Is that to say that there were not black men abusing women? Absolutely not. But that goes beyond skin color. That goes from the correlation of people just having their own actions, right? Because when it comes to actions, there's no it doesn't come to color when it comes to action. If you wanna cuss, that it doesn't correlate with color. If you wanna hit people, it doesn't correlate with color, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also too, right? Even today, right? I think together as Black people, we have grown tremendously within the past 100 years, right? And I would like to say this personally. I think that at least in today's standards, that Black people do have a great opportunity to thrive and to make money and to build a family and to have the freedom that we have here in America. Because even back then, we didn't have this. Back then they didn't have the same rights as we did, right? Or even in other countries that are heavily oppressed with the rights that they don't have, right? So I would like to look at it in a bigger perspective of being grateful versus complaining about the circumstance that you're in, because it all derives from mindset too, right? If you think about, oh man, I'm this is happening in my life, that's happening in my life, that's all you're gonna think about, right? But if you say, you know what, even despite this circumstance, I'm still going to try my best to thrive in this circumstance, because I'm not going to let this circumstance define who I am as a person, right? For example, if since I grew up in the hood, right? I was like, okay, I can stay here, or I'm just going to join the military, right? And that's exactly what I did. Joined the military. I traveled, went around the world. I came back home, and I got my own place, got my own job, and I'm thriving, right? But that's because I decided not to say, oh, I'm not going to let my circumstance define who I am, but rather I still thrive no matter the position that I was previously. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Hold on, because I got something I want to say, but I'm going to go ahead, Vanity, because I'm going to give this.
Okay, before problem.
I'm about to give Claudia the mic, and Claudette, give me.
Yes.
Give me 2 minutes.
Problem.
Go ahead.
Problem.
It looked like Problem stepped away from the mic.
Come here. Problem. Get your black bald headed ass up here. Come here.
Okay, so listen. So Problem stepped away. Give me 2 minutes.
All right. Okay.
Hold on, Melody. Give me 2 minutes. You can speak before me. I just want to let me see what this.
Okay. I'll hold it.
Ma'am, you have to unmute your mic. How you doing?
I'm great. And yourself, Shannon?
Pretty good. How you? Hope you have a good night.
Shout out to you and your platform.
Thank you.
I want to ask Ann something. You have to excuse my voice. I'm a little sick. Ann, is she still up there?
She's still up here.
Okay. How you doing, baby? Can I ask you a question?
Yes, absolutely. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Okay, nice to hear from you too. What is your nationality?
What is her name?
I'm Ghanaian American.
You're Ghanaian American. Okay. Have your ancestors ever suffered slavery?
Sorry, can you say that?
Have your ancestors ever suffered slavery?
No, not in the ways in which Black American people have. But that's a unique experience. No one has experienced slavery the way Black American people have.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, okay? And we all can agree to disagree, okay? We all entitled to that. But let me explain something to you, sister, okay? Hello?
Yeah, we still here, man.
Oh, I'm listening.
Okay, let me explain something to you, okay? What went on with our ancestors, specifically the Black African American men and women, who were beaten, who were raped. Women was used as breeding farms, like animals. And when it comes to our Black men that were enslaved along with our Black women, they had no choice to love us. But my thing is, that's then. What about now? Because see, then Black men and Black women, they stuck together. They had no choice. What about now?
If I can respond to you, I'm not dismissing the fact that Black American people experienced a level of dehumanization that no other man, woman in this earliest 20th century will ever know, right? I'm not dismissing that. And I know the effects of that still exist today. What I am saying is that in the face of that oppression, in the face of that horrendous abuse, even when there wasn't choice, they still chose each other. There were still Black men and Black women who said, I see value in you. We are still one. This circumstance that we are in right now will not define us or our children's children. Black American people are a very unique group of people. They are Americans and they are Africans all at once. That experience has, regardless. I understand that. I understand the oppression. What I'm saying is, for years, Black American people had to consistently remind society of their humanity. And had they continued to adopt the beliefs of their oppressor, who saw them as just booty or vagina or things to be tested on, if they continue to deny their own humanity, we wouldn't be here. And so, to me, to think back of the origin of this country and the way Black American people have fought for their own humanity, and to get to this point and say, hey, let's do sexual liberation and allow African American women to engage in certain behavior that would literally, I mean, the men are saying that they're frustrated. This is not what they want in their women. This is what I'm hearing.
Okay, let me say this. Wait a minute.
Wait. So many people talking at once.
And let me ask you a question. We talking about 2024. Wait a minute, baby. I know that. I understand that. I understand that.
Annie.
I need you to listen to me.
Answer your second question. What's your second question?
I need you to listen to me, Ed, real close and clear. Is Black women and Black men the only race of people that's having sex?
No.
Shannon. I'm asking Ed. I want to know, are we the only race of people in 2024
May I cut
that's
in?
having sex, or as you call it, promiscuous? And, I just want to know, are we the only race of people?
But may I cut in on?
We're not the only ones.
Hold on, Tackle. Hold on.
Okay, so why are we the forefront?
We're at the forefront because everyone models their behavior after us. When non-Black women want to attract a man, what do? They go put whatever plastic surgery, or they darken their skin or whatever, because Black women are literally the models of womanhood for humanity. That's why we're put at the forefront, whether we want to or not. Because whenever anyone wants to get in touch with their sensuality or their beauty, they role model after us. We're the blueprint. That's why.
All right. So hold on, Toku, and hold on, Miss Claudette. Melanie, somebody raising their hand up in here.
It was Melanie. Melanie, go ahead, sister. Cock your fist back. Cock that fist back.
I was looking for this post that said, your homegirl is a hoe. And I was like, so I'm proud of her. I was looking for that post, but I can't find it. So put it in this. And the reason why so many of us are upset is because when we were talking about defining human beings by their reproductive organs, and specifically Black women, and the legacy of slavery, not just Black American slavery in the entire Western Hemisphere, remembering that the transatlantic slave trade dropped off actually more Africans in the Caribbean and Brazil than in the contiguous United States and in the British colonies, just FYI. So you keep on making this a Black American experience. What is unique to the Black American experience is post-emancipation, Jim Crow, and being in a society that is largely white tea, and then not being seen as equal. Whereas in the Caribbean, many of us were mixed race societies, and then we end up becoming more majority Black societies in the Caribbean. And then in other parts of Latin America, there's mestizaje. And so there's a difference there. But slavery had the same legacy
a lot of the things that they did to Black Americans, enslaved folks, they took from the Caribbean, because in the Caribbean, slavery existed for 200 years before it ever touched American soil or the British colonies in North America, right?
And the ways in which Black Americans have
Oh
experienced
my
it.
God! And can you let somebody finish?
Again, what is
I'm
unique?
speaking to the audience.
No, because you're incorrect. You're literally talking to somebody who studied this, right? You are incorrect. Literally, the ways in which they broke the Black American slave came from the ways that the British were already breaking slaves in the Caribbean, and the British learned those things from the Spanish and the Portuguese, because the Spanish and the Portuguese started the transatlantic slave trade. And so the enslaved in Dominican Republic, which was the first place to ever have enslaved people, was Dominican Republic. The enslaved in DR, Puerto Rico, Cuba, and all of the Caribbean, Haiti, all of the Caribbean, right? They already had their practices. The British took it from them, applied it to their British colonies in the Caribbean, then took those things and brought it to the North America and the British colonies in North America. So to say something like, oh, the slavery experience is unique to Black Americans is wild fallacious.
A Black American experience is
Again, like I said, where the Black American experience, the Black experience in America veers off is post-emancipation and then into Jim Crow and so on and so forth. Now there are differences in the ways in which the legacy of slavery looks and the people there. But slavery in and of itself was just as brutal, just as toxic in the Caribbean, and it's not in some places more so because they had to work in a hot tropical sun, cutting down sugarcane, and actually the enslaved people in the Caribbean had shorter lifespans because that's how horrible it was to be enslaved in the Caribbean, right?
We weren't doing dysphoria Olympics.
I'm not doing diaspora awards. I
Yeah.
am just educating you because it seems as if you keep on trying to separate these Black experiences.
Hold on, wait, time out.
Hold on. Continue. Now, because we have this shared experience, right? Everyone on the panel from the diaspora, specifically the women, we felt insulted by you defining the woman's identity, the Black woman's identity, by reproduction, when literally that was all we were used for throughout the entire Black diaspora in the Western Hemisphere, not just in the contiguous United States and the British colonies, right? That is what our ancestors were used for. And then your reply, when we are talking about the robbery of our choice, is the one thing that we were decided to choose when we're talking about casual smecks. The reason why casual smecks cannot be compared to that is because casual smecks is about your right of choice, your right to bodily autonomy. So when we're talking about sexual liberation does not say go outside and have smecks with whoever the hell you want. Sexual liberation says don't feel shame in desiring to connect with other individuals and enjoy sex. That is what sexual liberation says. Sexual liberation also says do that responsibly. You can be a prude and be sexually liberating, actually. So you just don't understand what sexual liberation is. You keep on blaming things on liberalism and sexual liberation. Black women who engage in casual smecks do it because they have a choice. That is their choice. And that is what casual smecks is about. That is what sexual liberation is about. Having the choice to do with your body what you desire. So for you to then pose this weird ass argument that, oh, Black women shouldn't do this because of the legacy of and slavery and how we were used to just force breed, it's odd because the forced breeding is about the lack of choice, and casual smecks is about choice. As long as you do casual smecks responsibly and ethically, there should be no problem with people engaging in casual smecks.
Okay.
Time out.
Yep. Hold on. Wait a sec. Takaru, what you were trying to say, brother?
Yeah,
because you don't need
dude,
anybody.
yo, I've been waiting for you to tag me in, man. Listen, Annie is cooking. She's just cooking differently. And I'm gonna actually have to give her this. Let me explain, because there's a bunch of things you guys are mentioning. First of all, the slavery thing. Yes, slavery is not a Olympic sport, you know. I understand there were brutalities, horrible things happening everywhere, but every form of slavery is unique because of the people enduring it and also the people inflicting it. So, yes, the Black American experience is unique. There is none like it. Even if you want to argue that the same methods were used on the Black Americans, their experience was their own. They had to deal with it in a certain time, context, and under their circumstances. The Puerto Rican guy who was talking earlier, I understand what he's saying about mentality, but to a certain extent, your circumstances will define how you escape them, who you are, and how you start to think. This is just basic environmental conditioning. To move on to what Annie was saying about the value of the Black woman, yes, Black women were valued during slavery. I understand you might view it as being valued differently. They were valued because they were women. They were able to produce sons, daughters, or even white mulatto heirs that they would use as a buffer class to control the rest of the slaves.
So
Black. Hold up, hold up,
time out.
hold up.
You said that they were valued. You literally just repeated everything that they said that they were valued by, was just basic biology, being a thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, no, no. But I'm saying that the white slave owners, and even to an extent, the Black men would value Black women first and foremost for that. Like in Suriname, we have two ethnic groups, Stats Creoles and Busland Criolla. The latter is a maroon group, so they escaped slavery, and their primary value for women is specifically in their ability to bear children because the maroon societies,
You
so the escaped
literally, you're
slaves.
literally repeating what Black women on the panel have said that they were
No, hold
only
up, hold up.
valued.
I,
For, all
I,
right, go ahead. I'll stop.
I'm gonna address that. Yeah, I'm gonna address that, Shannon. So these maroon societies that needed to resist the white people were only able to resist so far as they were getting heirs, right? I understand the offense, right? You're saying this is the same thing during the plantation and it's horrible, but even today and across all cultures, it's not limited to slavery. A woman's reproductive capability is one of the most valuable things about her. That's just a fact. I don't understand
Then why
what
the
the
damn
anger is
why
about.
why is the kid? Never mind.
So
Yeah,
what
no, no,
he's
no. I get
Time
you.
out. Time out. Time out.
Oh,
Time out. No, yeah, fuck it. Why is the
mhm.
kid? Since we talking about a woman's value is so, I mean, a woman's box and reproductive organs is so valuable. Why the damn children in the
No, no, no. They're
community not
valuable too.
valued how they should be?
I get you. I get you. You're right about that. So that is one of the paradoxes today, right? Because they're not valuing the children, which are the most valuable thing. In fact, during slavery, in the escaped maroon societies, harming children is one of the
What about
easiest ways
alligator baby?
to get executed. No, I understand. Hold up, hold up, hold up. This is the thing I
What
was going to
about
say
when
about
they cut
value.
the baby out of a
Hold
pregnant
up,
woman's black woman
hold
stomach
up.
and smash the
Y'all
baby
yelling,
against the wall?
y'all yelling on the panel, and I'm to the
Yeah,
point where I'm
okay.
just gonna
Hold
start
up.
dropping it.
I'm
When we're
sorry,
saying
Shannon.
value, when we're saying value, it doesn't mean that they can still waste. You can waste something that's valuable. I can throw money down the street. I could burn my house down. I understand. Obviously, different people are going to value things differently. Plus, those things that you keep mentioning with all that emotion in your voice had value to the whites because it traumatized your ancestors to the point where even you today, in an age where we don't have slavery for Black people in the United States of America, you're out here getting so emotional about this thing, understandably so. But
Who?
again,
Wait,
the
who?
trauma. Oh, the lady who just spoke
Oh,
asking about the alligator bait. So
mm.
I'm saying that the value, I don't know if your name was Chanel or something with a C. The value is in
Claudette.
the Claudette, yes. Miss Claudette, the value that the whites got from doing that, destroying the Black children, was the trauma that still makes you very emotional and lose your composure to a certain extent. That was the value, the trauma, to tell the black people that they're not valuable, even though they were in every other
Yes,
way.
exactly.
So that's what I'm trying to say. So I understand why the way Anne's putting it might clash with, you know, how you're seeing it, but this is not necessarily wrong. She's just wording it in a way that maybe isn't as palatable. I'm a little worse, but again, I'm a coon. I say that openly. That's the difference.
Wait, did you willingly just admit it?
Yeah, no, hold up.
You
Listen,
willingly
there's a
just
reason.
admitted that
Hold
you're
up.
a coon?
There's a reason I say I'm a coon.
Time out. You can't
Why
make
is that funny?
make this shit up.
I don't find that
Hold
funny.
up. I'm not even joking. Hold up.
When you say
I'm
you're
not
a
saying.
Wait,
I'll explain.
when you say you're a coon, like what you saying? Like
Yeah.
what you saying?
When I say I'm a coon, I say it because I don't believe you can fix black culture. Because the way that it has developed, it's already solidified.
Wait,
Right?
about you.
So I'm just.
Why you don't
We
think
can't even fix this fucking world.
How is it already solidified? When it's people trying to fix their own communities, black folks, black men evolving with getting more money, black women educate themselves, getting more money. We're having conversations about family, but you're saying we can't fix something?
No. But see, we're the outliers, right? So we got to look at not the anecdotal bubble that we're in. We have to look at the trend overall. The trend overall
You think
isn't
majority of black men
necessarily
and do you
improving.
think majority of black women and men are degenerates?
No. What I'm saying is the overall.
So why would you say they can't be fixed?
Hold up. Listen, the culture, the overall trend, right, of our outcomes is not lifting us all up at the same rates. So you and the groups you're involved with, of course, are going to be going in another direction, but that's a shift from the historical trend, in my opinion.
That's not the culture is not our history. Our black history, our black culture was black slaves coming out of slavery and buying cameras to properly take pictures of themselves in suit and ties, looking like good statured men, and women right there with them. That was our culture. Our culture, this thing that y'all call culture, is not ours. This is run by Jews. Oh, YouTube, forgive me, and TikTok. It is what it is. This is run by Jews.
I'm not just talking about rap, by the way.
Wait, time out. This is propaganda that's been used against us to show every black man as a thug or every freaking dark-skinned woman as some loud, ratchet, obnoxious black woman that's out of order and she don't know when to shut the fuck up. That's not our culture. Those are degenerate black ass. That is degenerate.
No, I understand exactly what he's saying. This is propaganda
in our culture, but that's not our culture.
Some of it is culture.
Okay.
A dark-skinned woman being loud and being presented in that way is not our culture.
I did not say
and being misrepresented in movies, TV shows is not our culture.
To be honest,
not our culture.
I'm saying that no, black people are not monolithic. I think the issue is that they're showing black people as monolithic, one way, one no. That is problematic. However,
defending what they put on TV.
Are just part of black culture, and because we lean into respectability politics, we call that degenerate. But really, it's not degenerate. It is just an aspect of growing.
You're saying a loud, obnoxious black. Did you hear the words I used? Loud, obnoxious black woman is not our culture.
You're using words like loud and obnoxious as a negative when we're talking about degenerate behavior means when you're doing something bad. Because if you see in culture that's from India are loud and obnoxious, but they're not demonized for it.
This is what I'm saying.
They literally look at the way that they display black women.
People will call me loud, ghetto, ratchet, obnoxious,
and then put black women as a majority in that box.
But
thank you.
This is what I'm saying. They weaponize that language because they want to tone police us.
What is extreme? Who the hell is extremely unpleasant is not our culture. That is what obnoxious means.
Let's keep it a stack. Black people speak loud all over the fucking diaspora.
I said obnoxious.
How about a fucking Karen? How about a Karen? How about a Karen? How about a Karen? Let's talk about Karens.
Hold it.
Let's
Let's
talk about
not yell. Let's not.
No. This is not what we're gonna do. Let's talk about these Karens out here that don't know about a motherfucking business. That's
Black
getting
man is our culture.
yo,
The
man.
Smith is our culture.
May I respond? In
The
Asian people,
ignorant ass black man is our culture. that's crazy.
That shit is given to us. It's been propagandized. We always in the forefront. We've been micromanaged. Everything we say and do.
Why are you yelling?
I'm sorry, Shannon. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Listen. No. Just not right now. Hold on, Taco. Keep your mic muted for us.
I got you.
Now, who was speaking? Yeah, I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear nothing.
I'm trying to explain how it's different when we talk about what Melanie was saying. When we say loud, they want to say it's negative when it's black people. And I'll give you an example. When a black woman is responding to something in a certain way that's giving pushback, she's negative, she's ghetto, she's ratchet. When a white tea woman does it, oh, she's just feisty. Oh, it's cute. When an Asian woman does it, oh, she's spunky. When a Latina woman, oh, she's spicy. But only when a black woman does it is she ghetto, ratchet, this and that. So being loud is not the thing. The thing is when you're actually doing something deplorable. But if we do the same thing that any other race of women do, we are considered negative. They will take the same hairstyle, and when we wear it, we are ratchet. So when she's talking about culture, she's talking about certain parts of our culture that is just our culture. But it doesn't mean that we are deplorable and degenerate. And it's a response to the place we have been put in.
Okay, let's
I
look
did
at
want to speak on. I also wanted to speak on
definition.
real quick, Annie. Let me just answer.
Degenerate.
I think my other issue is that these same women that you're saying, oh, they're depicting as loud, ratchet, obnoxious, so on and so forth. There are women in our communities that are like that. Now, am I saying that should be the only representation we have on media? No. We should be able to see the vast majority of blackness and the full range of blackness in which we live in. I do agree that there needs to be more representation of the many layers and the many different types of experiences and the range of where blackness lies. However, we can't call a sexy red loud and obnoxious and ratchet when there are literally women in our culture who are like that, and they're supposed to be like that because of being impoverished, living in low neighborhoods that don't have high education rates, and so on and so forth. And that is an aspect of a legacy of redlining, systemic racism, so on and so forth. On top of that, the language that they use.
So what's a degenerate? Give me the true definition of
I think for me, a degenerate is someone who's doing something that is harmful, right? If someone is just existing and they're loud and they're obnoxious, quote unquote, or they're using AAVE, or they're saying things in a way that is like some people might deem as loud or angry or whatever the fuck maybe. Sometimes that is just cultural. Many times that way in which Black women express themselves culturally, using AAVE and so on and so forth, they are just being as loud, angry, and ratchet and ghetto, when really they are just being who they are. They are not doing any harm. That is just how they exist. And many women in our culture exist in that way. We should not demonize the way in which they exist. When we are asking them to act respectable or to be less ratchet or to be less ghetto, we're basically telling them you're a little too Black. You got to act like company because white folks is watching. And so that's why I'm like, that kind of leans into respectability politics a little bit. Now, am I saying that should be the only representation for us on media? No, but guess what? The ratchet girl does exist. The hood rat does exist. She also needs to be represented.
So is the deadbeat part of Black culture?
Hold on, I want to
Is
see
the deadbeat man?
Because she said,
I mean, is the deadbeat man part of Black culture? That's our culture of men.
Yeah.
I mean, the deadbeat. He's not harming anybody. He's just leaving his child. He's not harming anybody. He didn't harm the child. He just left it. The child can still live.
saying. Please listen to what I'm saying. As an example, right? As an example, let's take Tyler Perry as an example. The reason why Tyler Perry is problematic is because he only puts out media that shows Black women being beat on by Black men and disrespected by Black men. Now, if Tyler Perry were like an Ava DuVernay, for example, who shows a wider range of Blackness in the ways in which she writes Black stories and Black characters have levels to that, then that is not as problematic as the Tyler Perry, where the only thing he leans on are stereotypical tropes about Black folks. Now, can the deadbeat father be a part of the storyline? Sure. Is there a way to humanize the deadbeat father? Sure. Do we want only those stories? No. But also, as an example, we can take something like a P-Valley. P-Valley is a story about ghetto, ratchet Black women in Mississippi who are strippers. But guess what they did? They humanized them. They gave them full storyline, robust acting, and they humanized strippers in the Mississippi Valley. Now here we are having a story that we want to watch because now we're seeing the humanity of Black people at the lower end of the class system in the United States, and they're not painting them out to be the worst people in the world. So all I'm saying is that yes, the ratchet should exist. Yes, the hood should exist, but so should the doctor, the lawyer, and everyone else in between, and they should all be on the same show. And guess what? They should all be related because that's usually what it is. There's usually somebody who's a doctor and a lawyer. There's also somebody who's a fucking stripper in the same fucking family from the South. Some of them went to college, some of them stayed back in the hood. What I want to see is levels to our storytelling, but we also can't demonize the people that actually exist and the ways in which we actually act. That's not arrested. That is just the way that we are. The way that we talk about Harlem, and my accent comes out here and there. The way that me and if it was just me and Shimei and we was just on a platform just talking to New Yorkers, yeah, that's the way the fuck we thought. We sound like that on the block. We talk like that. Women in New York say suck my dick. So when I see a woman from New York,
that's to you. But this is what I'm saying.
But this is what I'm saying. It's like that's still cultural, right? When you hear a woman in a show and she's from New York and she says SMD, that's cultural. I'm not gonna be mad because she's ghetto or ratchet.
So suck my D is language.
I'm being exaggerative, but at the end of the day, that's all I'm saying. There are certain aspects of our culture that other people might deem as ratchet or ghetto or obnoxious or not respectable, but that still is aspects of our culture. Like I said, like maybe they might not like it from the outside looking in, but I love a woman telling somebody that's SMD.
That's but I'm saying that's to you, and there's a collective group of Black women and men that was that's never been.
In New York that want to see
that. There's going to be aspects where two different sides are rejecting that part of culture. We're not getting the pants sagging Black man, the deadbeat dad, all that stuff rejected part of the culture. The thug, hey, he's not hurting nobody. He's just selling a little weed on the side. He's not hurting nobody. The thug ass Black man, that nigga who's going around putting his D in everything. We can't say nothing. We just we can't say anything because I am trying to. I've been quiet the whole time. I've literally been quiet the whole time. How am I not having a good faith conversation when I'm listening?
Next, can I just speak real quick? Okay, Shannon, now you're not having a good faith conversation because you know that well that there have been shows. And be quiet. I'm speaking.
I mean, I literally been quiet the whole time. Like I haven't even been saying anything and listening. So again, we have men that we would say that's not our culture. If we look back a few years ago, a lot of this stuff was rejected, was talked against. The ratchet Black woman that they put in, I'm not calling them ratchet for sure. I'm just saying the wording. So if you take offense, that's on you. I ain't got time. The ratchet Black woman or the degenerate Black man, however you want to call it, has always been rejected for a long time. Nobody was giving applause and shaking their hands like, yeah, that's good. That's a great thing. Hey, like the man not taking care of his kids. He ain't hurting nobody. He just getting women pregnant and leaving his kids. Fuck it. She decided to engage with him. Can't talk bad about it. The man who's sagging his pants, showing his ass in public. Hey, can't say nothing. That's a grown man. He just need to, can't say nothing about it. Put your pants up. It's a lot of things that we have always rejected that has not been part of the culture. The thug, the pimp,
The scammer.
all of those. We rejected those. And we say that is not a culture. But now we're saying, as it on the man side, we can say, hey, wait. We can say, hey, let's bring them in because those type of men exist.
I almost want to tag in. I think she's talking to someone else.
What you say, bro?
I'm gonna tell you right now, because when I start screaming and when I start hollering and when I lose my mind, then this bitch is gonna go
But
out.
the goddamn past.
No, I don't want to see you in that state. You seem
Okay, well, all right.
Listen, hold on, wait.
But come on now, like even if you wearing one, I don't get on live. That's so funny.
Hold on, time. Hold on, wait. We will revisit this convo.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I gotta go. But Melanie, I gotta go right now. At this point in time, Melanie. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, sister. I'm sorry.
No shade. You hoes played a game tonight, and I'm gonna say it like this. Every girl that's up here, I want it ran back. I don't care where it's at. I don't care who it's for. Like I said, I'm gonna tie my hair up and I'm gonna start swinging. And like I said, bitch, when I get done, if I get your first name and the street you grew up on, that's your ass. And that's on what? Scamming shit. Mwah. Good night.
That sounds enjoyable.
Hold on, wait, talk. Melanie coming back tomorrow. That is a friend. So y'all, even if y'all see craziness happen over here, we are all cool with each other. Like don't ever think that it's anything personal. We not gonna agree on certain things.
But like,
what's going on?
What is wrong with her? We gonna run this back. We gonna run this back. But I'm gonna have to change the background because at this point we're not even talking about the dang problem. We talking about we done went into a diaspora war. Y'all can't lie about it. That's exactly what it went into.
I didn't even touch casual sex for real.
Hold on. Y'all stay up and give me a second.
May I add my last words?
No, hold on, Claudia.
Yes, sir.
I promise I got you. Who? Go ahead, Ann, because I'm about to end it. We'll go ahead. Because
you want to call my name?
Okay, yeah, Rapunzel, you said that we can catch these hands anywhere, anytime in the United States of America.
Anywhere, anytime. And like I told you, if I get your last name and the street you grew up on, girl, that's your ass.
The question is, where did you learn this from? Like, why is that the response?
Girl, you the feds? What's going on?
Hey, man, y'all get off my phone, man.
Girl, who's with you?
I'll get off my phone.
No. Because this is what I'm not saying this about you, Rapunzel. I'm saying in general, the desire for us to I don't know how to explain. Okay, sure, but the desire to fight back, right? I think this is it's a reflection of the environment in which we grew up in, where we weren't safe. So we had to be our own protectors. And so what I want us to consider as Black women, the ways in which we respond to stress or to things that we deem are disrespecting us, inherently aren't necessarily disrespecting us. It's actually the way we respond to that threat that's actually disrespectful.
All right, now you done gone too far because Rapunzel didn't even put it that way.
Wait, hold on.
I said this wasn't her. I'm saying
She was saying as a general statement.
I'm gonna say this. Hold on.
Hey, listen, y'all. Hey, listen.
You've talked for 10 minutes.
Lord have mercy. Listen, hey, bro. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying not to end it in y'all face. Y'all know I'm being. You say what? Nah, y'all just gonna have to forgive me. I love you though.
No, can I have my last words?
Yeah, you can have your last words.
Okay, let me say this. First of all, I want to apologize to you, Shannon.
Oh, you're fine, man.
Okay, and if you look on the chat, I I'm not condoning what I did, but I lost my son, and I'm still grieving. So, with that being said, it's no excuse for what I did being out. I'm sorry. Respect to you, brother.
No, you're
But
fine.
let
You're
me
fine.
say,
You're fine, man. Like you're fine. Uh,
okay,
and
let me
talk.
say this.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, let me say this right now, okay? See, we've been in this forefront. We've been micromanaged. We've been talked about. Every other race of people, but when it comes to black folks, men and women, it's we thugs, we this, we that. This is propaganda. But see, here's the problem. We never talk about the root of all the problems in the black community. You understand what I'm saying? The root.
Mm-hmm.
You know, cause and effect. See what I'm saying? This is all we know because it's been publicized in the news, movies, skits. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they look at us in a very derogatory way. When back in 1920s, we weren't like that. This is not our culture at all. Yes, we adopted it is because it was a learned behavior from those that oppressed us even to this day.
Mm-hmm.
And it ain't fair for those that has not have a history of what Black American men and women are going through even to this day. Look what happened to Sonia Massey.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? They keep saying, oh, y'all sensitive, y'all this and y'all that. But when it comes to those other races of people, you know, the small heads with the Shirley Temples on the side, they got hate crime bills, anti blah blah blah. Asians got hate crime bills. We ain't got nothing. And I'm a land.
Go ahead, Takaru.
Okay, so I'm just gonna end it with I would say you are your brother's keeper. I also want to mention one thing, Shannon. It's a technicality. When I mentioned cultural dysfunction, I never specified. So your mind actually automatically went to that place, but you weren't all wrong. The first thing you mentioned when you talked about the positives, right, of Black culture,
Mm-hmm.
what you would say is Black culture, are Black people paying money to buy suits, European symbols of respectability. Why are you seeking respect from the people who have disrespected you for centuries? Do you see how far this thing goes?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about culture. Like the simplest definition of culture is a way of life. Our ancestors, yes, they were very hardworking people. They sought to better themselves, but guess what they did? They bought suits. They didn't seek to wear things similar to what their ancestors wore. And we know they remembered what they were because they still had them, right? But I understand they got to navigate the political society of that time. But it's crazy that we jump to suits. We still respect suits, even though that's not the big thing, right? It's not about just, oh, they can't wear suits. It's about why do they respect suits? To this day, if I wear a dashiki, right? God forbid at a political rally or I'm trying to hold office and I wear a dashiki when I run, I'm gonna be clowned for it. But if I wear a suit, oh, that's great. So
Mm-hmm.
that's how I'd end it. I didn't really talk about the casual sex thing. I would say yes, it's choice, but it's choice that we have after we've been indoctrinated for centuries to be dysfunctional. And that's why I argued the general way of life. So I don't look at the ghetto or the lower end, the parts of our culture that we all agree are bad, right? And I do say our, right, as Black people. I
Mm-hmm.
would say the fact that we as a group allow, like, even the possibility for that to exist in our communities and our societies is on us. I'm saying we need to manage ourselves across the board, get it done. The ends justify the means, and the means justify the ends. Because a lot of other groups, they do that. They intervene. They don't
Mm-hmm.
care what other people think. The gypsies do it. The Amish do it. Even the ethnic group from the Middle East that has done a lot does it too. That's all I'm going to say. That's my closing statements.
No, you good. Like I think I got like just a few more minutes for the YouTube version, and then I'm gonna get off. But like, um, black, if I'm not mistaken, black folks did make their own suits too. They started their own businesses. They had neighborhoods, right? We had our own Wall Streets, and they flooded them out. So
That's
when I'm Caucasians,
there's something funny, Shannon. We call them Caucasians, but these white people aren't Caucasians. These are Caucasoids. Caucasian means you're from the Caucasus Mountains. That's where you got your people south of Russia, like
but did it
Khabib.
but did it matter though? Because I'm still speaking on them who flooded out certain neighborhoods. When we talk
Yeah,
about
no,
Lake Lanier,
they
like all that.
yeah, no, they destroyed us, and they will continue to do so. That's just what they do.
So what's
People
your
say
solution?
it's because
So why are you? But you know what I want to get back to, if you don't mind me asking, is like, why did you say you were a coon though? Because I understand when y'all say, "Hey, I'm not going to play this victim mentality. I'm going to go get mine. I'm going to work hard. I can achieve anything in life if I put my mind to it." Now, at first, you wouldn't be able to achieve nothing because your slaves had to fight alongside white men for your freedom. So black folks couldn't even bring themselves out of slavery by themselves. You still needed help. And then secondly, it's like when we speak about, like when we start talking bad about, well, not you, because it wasn't you, but when I see people like Brandon Tatum, like, oh, if you would have did this, this wouldn't have happened. That's not necessarily true. So if we start looking at redlining, we look into these loans. Why black folks can't get a loan? They say it's because of credit, but then we just saw with Navy Federal that a lot of black folks were denied, and it probably had nothing to do with their credit. And then redlining, certain opportunity zones. It's a whole bunch of, to say we're not oppressed in some way as colored
oh no
people.
no
It's just asinine and ridiculous. Not you. You didn't say
I
that, but I'm just saying
oh,
usually
okay, okay.
usually what comes with the people that's labeled coons is actual coon talking points, such as Charleston White or a Brandon Tatum, to even justify
Ah,
Sonya Macy's killing, right? Because that's what it was, murder. To even justify it and say, oh, if she wouldn't have done this, wouldn't have been shot. I mean, come on now, that's
yeah,
crazy. That was
yeah.
cold-blooded murder.
Yeah, I agree with you. The reason I say I'm a coon is because I objectively believe that I don't know if you know what Afro pessimism is. It's a little niche sometimes, but Afro pessimism is the idea that blackness is non-existence. So to be black is to effectively accept that humanity is something slightly beyond our grasp or something we imitate. So I say I'm a coon because I accept the conclusion of Afro pessimism. And the reason I do is because continually we as black people, we seek validation from whites. And I'm I'm at the point where I'm saying the Afro pessimist conclusion is we don't exist. Even if we do exist in the physical world, spiritually, in the truest sense of the word as a people, we are kind of dead as long as we look to whites for respect
So what do you
because
say?
they've
So
demonstrated.
what's your solution? Like, okay, so
No, my salute. Yep,
go ahead. No, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Go, no, so I can
My
get an understanding.
salute.
You go ahead.
Yeah, so my solution is you have to just go full circle with it, right? You got to accept that blackness is destructive in this world, right? And from that destruction, the chaos, you're going to have to construct an identity beyond uh accepting that white brands are good or that like people say, I understand, I agree, whites are racist, right? But I go further than that. I say it's not that they're racist that makes them do this. It's because they're white. It's their culture. It's how they are. That's why they do the things they do. So now we have to affirm blackness as a positive. And that's going to take a while because, again, it took them centuries to take blackness to where it is now, right? It took them hundreds of years, all this mess. So it's going to take a while to fill us with other identities. So that's what I'm doing. But I call myself
you mean? Wait, I have to discard my blackness to assimilate and find another identity because blackness is bad.
no. You gotta fill your blackness with concepts, with things you
Why?
value, and because currently blackness is viewed as non-humanness in Western societies. That's why they're treating us the way they're
But
treating us.
it's been viewed
Because
it's been viewed this way, and yet we've always overcame. We've always like strive. We've always reconstructed it and built up. They flooded one neighborhood, we built another one. They do it again. We built up our own Wall Street. They do it again. Everything that
no,
they threw at us, we have overcame because our blackness represents strength.
it can. Yes, I love that.
Our blackness represent overcoming. Our blackness it does represent unity. There, whenever there is a right, whenever there is something borderline effed up, whether you believe George Floyd was on opioids or whatever, right, or whatever the heck they drug, like we
I believe
come
he was
together,
murdered.
we okay,
Just in case you're asking.
we come together. Black folks is unity. We have positive aspects about us that we don't have to try to reconstruct some new imagination. We've always had this thing about we're proud to be black. So why do I
Yeah.
have to go outside the realms and try to find a new identity? Because
Okay, I'm not saying you got to find a new identity. I'm saying you just named a bunch of positive aspects, right, of the current black or associated with current blackness, right?
yes,
But the blackness, the thing about identity is the origin of your identity says as much as the current state of your identity, right? And the origin of blackness as we know it in the quote unquote new world is slavery and serfdom. It's not, even if you want to say we rose, it's like the thing where you can take the gutter out of a person. No, you can take a person out of the gutter, but not the gutter out of the person. That low point is always going to be associated with blackness as it is now, because we always start, even on this panel, a bunch of black people in first world countries with all these devices. I get it, but we're still talking about slavery. You still heard the trauma in a lot of people's voices, the emotiveness, and I get it. Passion's good, but listen to this: as long as we don't get away from that origin point, right, that we're still going to be tied down to all the trauma
wait.
that the whites created.
When we speak like that, right? Like they're taking slavery out the textbook. Should we not teach where you? It's not about slave. It's about showing you your history. Because if you are ignorant of your history, then you are viable to fall for anything. They don't even teach us that black inventions, right? We got to go learn who were we. The fact that we invented electricity, a whole bunch of the refrigerator, the reef, everything. A black billionaire made the Nerf gun. Like it's a whole bunch that we have to learn, right, to actually show who we are as people. Now, when you say things like, as long as we are associated with history, that's kind of, and I ain't trying to say nothing bad. It's weird. I would say it's weird to me because that is part of what make us us. We didn't have a 400-year starting point, and then you said we still talking about slavery. Well, do we stop talking about reparations?
No.
Just
That's not the point I'm trying to make. So this is the thing. When I'm not saying don't teach our history. I'm just saying don't take our historical circumstances and make them the focal point of our identity as a people. I get it. It's going to be related to it. I'm not saying don't teach history. I'm all for it, but I'm just pointing out where we're grounded as a people. Let's just say we are a resilient and strong and amazing people, and these are the historical circumstances that happened to us.
Brother. I'm sorry. Candor, can you hear me? Because I don't know why you're in the comments talking, but you could literally look up Lewis Howard Latimer. You could literally look up Lewis Howard Latimer. He improved the electricity. What are you talking about? So yes, you got Thomas Edison, right? But you also have Lewis Howard Latimer, an African-American inventor and electrical pioneer, improved upon Edison's design to make I can't pronounce that, light bulbs more affordable and practical. So what are you talking about? He played part in the invention. I'm sorry. He played part of the invention and improved it. Oh my God. I'm just saying it gives a reference point to show that black folks played an important role in things. That's all I'm saying.
Can I say something, Shannon?
We talking to Candor or?
Yeah, I was talking to Candor. I was responding to Candor because he said he invented electricity. I was saying he didn't invent it. He improved upon it.
Improvements are still inventions, by the way. I just want to tell that to Candor. Improvements are still inventions. Claudette was going to say something.
Is it okay, Shane?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the guy? What's your name again, sweetheart?
Takru. You can say Tori too if you want.
Okay, Tori. I think you do have a point. Shannon, listen to me, baby. I'm 50 years old, right? And I know you're younger than me, but you're handsome self. I'm sorry, you're married. Listen, the word black, if you are familiar with, he's a YouTuber, he's a commentator, he does videos. This guy by the name Dave Calloway, right? The word black itself means, damn, what did he say? Put it like this: the word black means unavoid. See, first we was called the N-word with the R-E-R, right? Then we were called colored, right? Then Negroes, now African American, right? 4 times. Now remember, those words are nothing but social construct. This is social construct. But that word black, it doesn't fit us. Yes, we have overcome, and still to this day, yes, we are Superman and Superwoman. I don't know what it's the things you say, and I agree too. But it's the word black. That word black, that's not us. That's not us. Remember, our ancestors been stripped, and for decades, generations upon generations, everything we've learned is what they taught us. You understand? We adopt everything they taught us. We were stripped. And I agree, Shannon, when you said this ghetto and all this dark skin, that's not our culture. Those things been propagandized. You understand? And I'm telling you about what happened with Bill Cosby, and the reason that happened because he was getting ready to own, I'm gonna leave it alone, a news network. Let me say that. Because he got tired of, every time when the news come on, it's black thugs. No. Black on black crime. Since when crime come with color? Do you see the word?
Are you talking about Brandon Tatum?
No, I said Bill Cosby.
Brandon
Tatum.
Yeah,
and sweetheart, what's it? I keep forgetting your name. I'm 50. Listen, please don't call yourself a coon. You're not a coon. You're not a coon.
You just they heard the depths of what I be saying yet. I'm honest, right? The Bible says be truthful, so I gotta be truthful.
Okay, I guess. But you do have a point, because like I said, Shannon, look up Dane Calloway. All right, it is a video he made.
I got him pull it up on YouTube right now, trying to see what he about.
Oh man, it's brother deep. He's deep. And he was talking about the word black. Now, if you look at the Black's Laws Dictionary, black means pale. Oh, it gets deep. Trust me, because I've read it. But that word, we're not black. I mean, if you look at the crayon, go ahead, baby.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the information because one thing I like to do is I'm gonna look it up and read more on it on what and go look at the video of what he said.
Okay, baby.
Okay. Well, man, I appreciate y'all for this conversation. Next time we gonna try to get more people on the panel.
All right.
Taku, anytime you want to come up, you disagree or agree, it don't matter. We can have
Shannon,
a
can I say one thing for the record, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to just say, I, a black man, came on this panel and single-handedly saved Anna. I wanna have that known. No one say black men are gentlemen. We saviors out here.
Black men are gentlemen. I love you, brothers.
I was
Now
trying to let women handle women. You know, women talk to women. I try to when women are going there, I try to stay out the way because that's how I do. When men get to saying something, I handle men. That's how it's supposed to be. Men handle men, women handle women. But it just kept getting a little too crazy. Man, I be trying to have these conversations, but people get.
But she kept over talking though. Like you gotta learn to have decorum. And this is your show, so respect the man. I'm sorry, Shannon. Shit.
Over here, it's gonna get a little heated. But man, hey, I just want to say, I hope y'all have a good night. I am gonna end it. Thank y'all, YouTube, for rocking with me, man.
Thank you, baby.
All right, y'all got a good one.
All right, Taco. Have a good one, bro.
Bye, Taco. Taco, I'm sorry. All right.
Cool. Cool little panel, man. Y'all have a good one. Probably be back in the next few days. We'll see. In the meantime, I'll be dropping more videos addressing these people. Good night, Auntie 3.